supportive community, and ongoing advocacy, we help post 9/11 veterans realize what's possible. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/possible.
Keeping you informed with the best. Wave 105 FM.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the Talk of Guam.
KGUM FM, Dedido. The Talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Did they reach an agreement on a ceasefire in Gaza? President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are to speak with reporters momentarily after meeting at the White House, where they were also to discuss an American plan on who would govern the Gaza Strip after Israel's attacks end. A poll finds more than half of Israelis support Trump's plan to end the war. 17% oppose it and 30% remain undecided. The 21-point plan calls for the release of all remaining 48 hostages in Gaza, both alive and dead, within 48 hours of the deal's signing, in exchange for a gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces. Even as the Israeli Prime Minister met with President Trump, Israel continued its attacks in Gaza. More from reporter Linda Grantstein in Jerusalem.
The Army said that the Israeli Air Force struck 140 targets in the Gaza Strip in the past day as ground troops continue to push into Gaza City. The Hamas-run health ministry said dozens of Palestinians were killed and that the death toll has passed 66,000 since the war began almost 2 years ago.
A partial government shutdown will begin early Wednesday morning unless Republicans and Democrats make concessions in their budget negotiations. At the White House, CBS's Natalie Brand says it doesn't appear either side will.
The White House and the president firm in their belief that the Democrats should just sign off on the continuing resolution or the stopgap measure that's already passed the House. And the president, speaking to CBS News over the weekend, signaled that a shutdown is likely if Democrats don't back down from that position.
Officials in Oregon are trying to stop Trump's plan from sending National Guardsmen to patrol the streets of the state's largest city. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd.
The Oregon Attorney General has submitted litigation to challenge the president's deployment of the National Guard to Portland. He's basically federalizing 200, for the time being, Oregon National Guard members to serve in a federal capacity and to protect federal property.
The governor of Oregon says the planned deployment is unlawful. CBS's Jesse Mitchell now with news about a food recall.
58 million pounds of Hillshire Brands corn dogs and other sausage-on-a-stick products are being recalled because pieces of wood may have gotten into the batter. The products include State Fair corn dogs on a stick and Jimmy Dean pancakes and sausage on a stick. They were produced between March 17th and as recently as this past Friday. Some consumers have reported injuries.
On Wall Street, less than 2 hours before the closing bell, the Dow is down slightly, S&P 500 up slightly, NASDAQ up almost 0.5%. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
If you want a tax credit when you buy an electric vehicle, get to steppin'. The federal program ends tomorrow night.
The expiring tax credits, along with generous carmaker incentives, have electric vehicle sales at record levels. As of October 1st, EVs will need to compete head-to-head with gasoline-powered vehicles. Cox Automotive Stephanie Valdez-Streety says that's a problem.
This affordability gap poses a real challenge for sustained EV adoption, especially as the federal tax credit phases out.
Valdez-Streety says more affordable models are needed to sustain EV growth. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
The widely acclaimed film about rebellion and resistance in modern-day America opened strong in theaters in North America over the weekend. One battle after another sold $22.4 million in tickets. The movie cost $170 million to make and lasts almost 3 hours. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
The report cards your home needs to ace. I'm Greg McBride with the Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. School kids have report cards, you have a personal credit score to maintain, and your home also has a variety of reports and grades that it needs to do well on. As a homeowner, there are several key ones you need to understand, starting with a clue report. It's a record of every insurance claim filed on your home in the last 7 years, and it could make selling your house a little more challenging if there have been persistent problems. The next is the walk score, which indicates how walkable your neighborhood is. That's important because surveys show that a majority of younger homebuyers prefer communities where they can get out and walk. And one more score to pay attention to is the flood insurance rating. The risk of flooding where you live can affect whether you can get insurance or even a mortgage. Flooding is not covered by standard home insurance, so if you live in a high-risk area, you will need a separate flood insurance policy. For more on this, visit Bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
How much work will AI eventually take over? How about all of it? I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune Magazine with the Fortune Business Update. No one knows the answers to those questions, but various technology experts are coming up with startling suggestions. The CEO of the AI company Anthropic says AI could eliminate half of white-collar jobs in the next 5 years. Vinod Khosla, a legendary Silicon Valley investor, says AI will be able to do 80% of all jobs by 2030. And now Roman Yampolsky, a professor of computer science, predicts AI will take over virtually all jobs. The only jobs that survive will be those that AI could do, but for whatever reason, people prefer a human does it. As for how we'll all make money, well, no one has figured that out yet, though the tech experts say there will be plenty of it to go around. I'm Jeff Colvin.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Discipline your creativity. This is Sound Bites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Great ideas don't help unless you make them real. And creativity only counts when it creates something. Even the brightest minds sometimes need a push, and that's the point of Creator 90. It's an online tool built around a challenge. Set 5 creative goals every day for 90 days. You choose the tasks, whether it's writing a chapter, filming a video, or posting a blog. Creator 90 keeps you moving forward, day after day. But there's a catch. Miss a goal, and all 5 reset to the start. That pressure will keep you sharp. and it teaches consistency. What's the reward? More confidence in your skills and stronger results from steady practice. So get moving today with creator90.co.uk. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. It is a Tuesday, September 30th, here on the Wave 105 FM, 6:07 in the morning, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. The Wave studio lines are at 922-1051 or 1052. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Subway, Eat Fresh. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. Patch Tinting and Detailing, and Sherwin-Williams Paints. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. Bringing on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself today to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Grab yours today. It's for a limited time at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The 38th Guam Legislature voted to override Governor Leon Guerrero's veto of the fiscal year 2026 Gov Guam budget bill yesterday afternoon. Republican lawmakers are calling the override a win, with Speaker Frank Blas Jr. saying in a statement that the override ensures fiscal transparency and reduces taxes for island residents. Leon Guerrero said that the measure eliminates a recurring revenue stream, that being the change of the business privilege tax from 5% down to 4% by next year. On Sunday, in a letter to Blas, the governor said Moody's, a credit rating agency, had told the administration that changes to Guam's BPT would not be a credit positive. Senator Chris Duenas, who had long championed for the reduction in BPT, said that while credit rating agencies provide guidance on fiscal outlook, Gov Guam continues to demonstrate robust revenue performances, consistently collecting more than projected, and that the budget bill that was passed reflects strength while ensuring stability and protecting government services. In more news, Environet Incorporated of Hawaii was awarded a $12.56 million firm fixed price contract to construct Type 1 K-span structures at Andersen Air Force Base. The contract provides warehouse space for consolidation of war reserve material assets from containerized and open-air storage to environmentally controlled warehousing alongside Andersen Air Force Base's South Ramp. Work is expected to be completed by November 4th, 2027. The contract was a competitive acquisition with 6 offers received. The 36th Contracting Squadron at Andersen Air Force Base made the award. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hafa Adai Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $5.99 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $5.99. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Hafa Adai Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Feeling good, getting things done. Wave 105 FM.
Here's Energy in 15. Quick power facts from GPA.
You can do more than pay your bill online. With paygpa.com and our mobile app, you can manage your account, set up autopay, and go paperless. Anytime, anywhere.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Sign up for GPA Power Alerts to get outage updates sent directly to your phone or inbox. Simply text ENROLL to 1-855-252-9998 and stay connected.
Energy in 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at route99fm.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Just moved to Guam? Welcome to paradise. Let the GuamGuide.com be your ultimate island guide. From first-time tips to hidden gems, we've got it all. Visit us at theguamguide.com and connect with us on Instagram at The Guam Guide.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Talk the way it should be. Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
yeah, girl. Let's do it. Let's all do it. I'm going to do what you do. You're going to do what I do. We're all just going to be happy and
doing what we
living our best life.
You look good, Patty. Good morning.
It was the last minute
Okay.
because I forgot the lip.
All right, that's okay.
That's the thing about this whole thing on this whole camera thing. Look at all this.
Hey, perfection
this
is
what's
perfected,
happening
Patty.
over here.
I
Yeah.
love that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm great. How you doing, Patty?
You know,
Happy
I'm good.
Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday.
Went to sleep last night at 7:30.
Get out of
I
here.
had plans.
What?
And I said, just a second.
Good for you.
I didn't. I was actually supposed to go someplace. And I said, okay, I'll be leaving.
All right.
I sat down on the recliner.
Okay. All right.
And I just reclined it a hair.
Okay.
And then I woke up at 11:53.
I think we can all relate to that.
And I was kicking myself at 11:53. The thing is, I said, don't look at your phone. Don't look at your phone, right? Because the moment you are attracted by the light, then you're committed.
You're glued in.
You are.
Don't do it.
And don't do it. But after a while, I got so bored with myself.
Sometimes that
started just laying there. I was like tossing and turning. I was like, what even time is it? And then I checked it out, and before I knew it was 1. And then so my pistons are all still trying to wake up now. I'm just trying to think of what kept me company last night. Royal Kingdom. Me and King Richard made some heavy ground through the kingdom last night. I don't know what level y'all are on, but I'm making some district progress on so when I don't have him, I have Royal Match, which is also another tempting situation where they ask you sure you don't want to spend, $7.99 to continue, because you literally have 35 moves, and you've got like 16 people. That 16 of these things you have to fill. I resisted the urge for in-app purchases because I remembered that you were talking about a lady who was playing a game and just kept. What did she do? It was somebody that he was saying she was playing a game and she kept
playing a game. Okay.
Yeah, no, she was playing a game on her phone or whatever, one of those games, and she kept buying.
Don't do it. Yes.
Lives or whatever she was doing to extend her play. Don't do it in the middle of the night because you just want to keep on going, right?
Did you upgrade your phone yet? Come on, Patty.
You told me not to.
But look, you got iPhone money. I don't want to do mine till you do yours.
I don't have iPhone money.
I can't afford to mess mine up. But the new features are pretty cool, Patty.
I mean, hear.
You got a personal secretary, Patty.
Oh, that's right. That's the one who does what? Does she fetch things for you?
Does.
What does she do?
She's like, what you calling for?
Oh. Okay, she that one.
Yeah, she's one of those, So if
little girl from the South Side.
It's so cool. So if you get phone calls from someone that's not in your contacts, she'll be like, oh yeah, so how you doing? Go a little intro, and then she'll ask what you're calling for. Leave a message. It's so cool. Yes, personal secretary.
What you calling for?
What you calling for?
What you want?
Yeah, you can put your own. Yeah, you can edit it to whatever
you
you're
can
opening.
use any
little
voice?
greeting, whatever you're greeting. Use a voice. Yeah,
Like,
I think it's pretty cool.
What now?
Right. And I'm thinking,
pick up the phone and goes, what now?
Patty, you got to update yours so I can do mine. I want to see
Wait,
it.
you want, wait. Wait a cotton picking second here.
I don't want to.
I got to upgrade and compromise my phone, losing all of my data so that you can see how it works.
Patty, you can afford a compromise situation.
No, I can't afford a compromise. I don't want to afford a compromise situation.
Money.
I don't have room to make a mistake money.
I don't have that. No, not that luxury.
Who can we get?
I know.
Who can we get to figure it? Where's Kyle?
Where's Kyle?
Kyle will do that.
Your phone. I know he's got about 11, so he can afford that.
He's got like 2 jobs and
7 phones. So
okay, I'm gonna maybe
we gotta ask Kyle to update his and just try that new feature. I think it's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Have your little personal secretary on there. Other than the boring, just leave a message. But I think that's really neat. It's a fun feature to have on your phone.
Well, okay.
It's the new iOS 26.
Wow, we're already at 26. I don't think I've done it since 18. Because you told me not to.
I know, because I didn't want your phone to get hacked, Patty. I didn't. But now, you know what? I after thinking about, my financial situation, you can afford to be hacked.
I don't think too hard about my phone. It's not. Okay, hang on. I'm like Kyle. I'm going to say, Kyle, come in
please?
here.
Thank you.
Stat.
Update your phone so we can try the
and bring your phone. We walked up together, so I know he's in that. And water.
And water.
Come in here, Stat, and bring your phone and water, because I'm
That's so
thirsty.
funny.
And the refrigerator's over there. Okay, I wonder if he'll get the message. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I love this place, man.
Oh God, I gotta tell. Well, you love this place because you're here for 12 hours. You have no choice but to love this place.
I don't have a choice.
You don't. She's
It's an addiction, I
yeah.
tell you.
She's assisting Paulie Suba in the afternoon.
I got
So
my mattress in the bullpen.
So you literally, I was going to say, you literally skip over from down the hallway into this as soon as Paulie's show starts.
It is a hop, skip, and a jump.
I
Patty.
tell you,
It's
man.
a hop, skip, and a jump.
Are they feeding you or anything? Do you want me to bring something back when I leave?
I
or?
can promise you the ribs at Chili's are going to be short on inventory. I'll be like, sorry, Panda.
Yeah, sorry, but hey, good to
Might
go
be a little
it.
short, yeah.
I say good to go it.
There you
right, when
go.
you
That's
can.
the plan.
Yeah.
That is a plan. Well, you got the early morning guys. They're joining us this morning. Laura and Peter's awake. So good morning.
Hey, kids.
There
How you
go.
doing? Hey, Peter. What's
Right,
up,
there you
Biba?
go.
Biba Guami says I'm all for that.
So our friends are here. Everyone's online, and they're joining us early this morning, Patty.
Okay, let me. Okay,
They
let me.
are here
I think I
early.
better start doing something here
I'm
because
like,
I'm not even connected
I
yet.
know.
but
I'm kind of
I will-
curious. Like, what announcement are
Well,
you making that everybody's here
Who,
bright
me?
and early? Yeah. I'm
Oh,
like,
me? Oh, I got some. I got some ish to say. I got some ish to say. You
let's
don't even. Have we
go.
met? Have we met today?
Everybody's logged in. I'm like, well, this is gonna be good.
Well, I'm gonna really just say that much of what I have to say has everything to do with what happened at the legislature yesterday, and then the ensuing releases that came out as a result. Are we fixing me? Is there any way to fix his hair? I had it up until just a little while ago. Okay. Maybe I need. You're kind, but maybe I should. Maybe I should tie it up. Anyway. Okay. He's not paying attention to me.
What?
Kyle.
Okay. Did you text like with the Android phone? Because he has like 6 of them. You know what I'm saying?
I just texted at the wave. I was
Okay.
thinking he might be paying
All right,
attention.
let's try his Nokia or his pager.
I just really want him to come in and do this for me because I want to know what that girl does. I want. Is it a female only? The secretary.
You can get a female. You can get a male. You can get Shamar Moore. Ladies will love that. You know, maybe.
Too young for me.
Hey, you know what? I wouldn't mind having Morgan Freeman on mine. I think that would be kind of cool.
Yeah,
I would.
that's
like that.
authoritative right there.
I would like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you got
Okay,
you
so
got juice. Come on, let's go.
Well,
with the team.
hi
Let's go.
Julia. Good morning to you too. Yeah, no, my issue isn't an issue actually.
Okay.
They did what we expected they were going to do. We had the fair warning that, or not for me, it was a fair warning to Adelope because I don't have anything to do with the legislative process, but they called it. Frank Bloss was completely confident that he was going to override this veto. And the two standouts were the possibility that Joe Augustine and Tina Munoz Barnes were not going to go for it because maybe they were overthinking, or rethinking that they would get on the bad side of the governor. And I don't think that matters anymore to some people politically because, both St. Augustine and Tina Munoz Barnes, as we have understood it to be, will both be on that ballot, at least for the primary. She's going to be running with Josh, and he's going to be running on his own. Well, he's going to be running with Dwight, right? Dwayne St. Nicholas. They've already announced that candidacy. So, getting on her good side politically may not mean so much. They're going after the seat. They're going after Josh's seat. So that's all. That's all in the game of love and war and politics. And in a last-ditch effort, the governor yesterday put out a release, and she was saying, don't do it. Don't do it. Moody's is looking at all of this, and you are putting our finances, our credit, our good credit in jeopardy. And so that happened. And that was followed up by a really interesting opinion by Senator Chris Duenas. And I have to say that one was smarted, that is, a little more than the governor's. The governor has been saying all along, you take away the BPT, you decrease the funding by, and when it's all said and done, about $120 million that the government of Guam over the next several years cannot afford to lose in taxes. And so hers was the same, that she's holding the line on this, on everything she said in warning over this. The interesting one was the one by Senator Chris Duenas, who was suggesting that there is a turning point about to happen, shifting away from a centralized, possibly authoritarian regime that is the Leon Guerrero Tenorio team, or at Adelup, that he used the term like tyranny and democracy in a very weighty way. I want to kind of take that one apart, and of course we want to take apart the governor's statements and the cautions about what that means. That's going to be something we're going to do. I hope you will be listening in. Otherwise, you've got a couple of things. I haven't really, they're dueling news releases is what they were. I haven't really reached out to anybody this morning to comment on that. If they want to, they're more than welcome to do so. I might just say I'm going to be talking about it and see where that lands. But other than that, they are celebrating. Here's an interesting one, because I can feel this coming on every single day. It's celebrating the elderly jobs on this in Guam and in the CNMI. It's like a national, I can't remember the name of it. I'll go find it. But it's a national occasion where they mark this entire week of people who have secured jobs for people over the age of 55 to get them back in the employment scene. And it's a program that's offered by the U.S. Department of Labor, and we have a pretty healthy. Well, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say healthy participation, but we have a number of senior citizens have participated. I kind of wanted to look at that program, and of course, the big news this morning. CBS was coming late to the party on this one, but. It was announced about an hour ago that the United States and Israel have agreed on a plan to a ceasefire. And they're talking about the return of hostages, dead or alive. And they're also talking about gradual. They were still bombing Gaza, as they were discussing the news. But apparently there's a poll out there to show that there's a significant number of people who are not satisfied with that. But you'll be hearing about that in the national news. That's like the one big thing that's happening across the world right now is Netanyahu agreeing to a Trump peace deal. And if Hamas refuses, Trump offers Israel full support to keep on fighting. That's part of the news. Right now, we're going to take a break for some other news, but the local kind, and your traffic with Dice here on Mornings with Patti. We'll be right back.
Here's Energy in 15. Quick power facts from GPA.
You can do more than pay your bill online. With paygpa.com and our mobile app, you can manage your account, set up autopay, and go paperless anytime, anywhere.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Sign up for GPA Power Alerts to get outage updates sent directly to your phone or inbox. Simply text ENROLL to 1-855-252-9998 and stay connected.
Energy in 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
Hafa Adai, everyone, and welcome back. Your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. It's brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The Guam Department of Education announced that it would be hosting its Special Education Parent Symposium this Saturday at the Hyatt Regency Guam. The event marks the 50th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which pushed equity, inclusion, and access for students with disabilities. GDOE said that the symposium would feature special education support services, community resources, and more to help families care for their special needs students. Seating is limited and open to all parents of students with disabilities. For more information, parents are encouraged to contact the department for registration. In more news, while Guam's military buildup is underway in the Northern Mariana Islands, local leaders met with the Department of War and federal agencies last week to discuss the effects of its own military buildup. DoW representatives delivered a report on the economic impacts from Resolute Force Pacific and also announced upcoming training activities, as well as discuss continuing biosecurity efforts to protect the NMI from invasive species. DoW reps also addressed concerns in regards to unexploded ordnance, hazardous materials, and waste management. Construction for Tinian's Divert Airfield project is nearly 80% complete, with concrete and asphalt placements in progress. A redesign of the fuel system is complete, with contract modifications in progress as well. The project is currently projected to be complete in 2027. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Bispo.
Looking for something to do on Guam? Check out theguamguide.com for a full calendar of island events, from pop-ups, community events, to the next big party. Follow us on Instagram at The Guam Guide and visit us at theguamguide.com.
Hafa Adai, everyone, and good morning. It is a Tuesday on the streets of Guam. Right now, we're going to hit the streets with your real deal traffic report. It's brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. And mobile gas stations, be sure to download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. All right, folks, heads up, guys. Major intersections, JFK, Kmart, north and southbound traffic already picking up. Getting up and around St. Anthony's, you'll find additional delays. And the Jack in the Box in Tamuning, Hagåtña is looking really nice. No delays there along Route 4. Cruising around Sinahaña is nice and smooth, as well as Route 10 this morning. Route 16, we do have a little delay outside the Department of Revenue and Taxation, as well as the GRMC. That's going to be the Guam Regional Medical City, and you're going to find that along Route 3. I would like to remind and encourage all the motorists to please watch your speed limit this morning. Keep your eyes on the roads, not on the phones. There's no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Do allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. Let's try not to tailgate each other this morning. Remember, guys, seatbelts are sexy. Make sure that your seatbelt is fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report for Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. And it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $5.99 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $5.99. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
The heat is on, Guam, but your ride can stay cool. This September, Pat's Tinting and Detailing has the hottest deals to keep your car fresh and protected. Tinting starts at just $105. A VIP clean with exterior wax for just $149. Complete ceramic coating starting at only $299. Or go all out with complete auto detailing for just $184. Don't sweat it, Guam. Drive cool, ride clean with Pat's Tinting and Detailing. Call 647-SLAM or WhatsApp 483-7522 and book your appointment today.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheese steaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Talk,
the way it should be. Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I've lost everything to you. You say you wanna start something new, and it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Maybe I'm grieving.
Oh my God. Take good care. Let me make a lot of my friends on now.
We got to get the words, Patty. That's
I know the words. I'm sorry. Have I misrepresented my 70s self and Cat Stevens? I have the entire album.
Oh, okay. Oh, Cat Stevens.
Yeah. Wow. Turn it up again.
Okay.
Turn it up again.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to play. I mean, is it still playing? Oh, yeah. Everybody, come on.
Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world.
I just okay, now, all right.
Yeah,
wow,
okay, yeah.
I'm going to really send you those lyrics. You need to stop. You need to stop with that language right there, lady. Watch your tongue.
Oh, man. Cat Stevens,
Cat
I'm sorry,
Stevens,
man.
everybody.
I slaughtered it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I slaughtered it.
It's okay because you played it, so you
Right?
get a hard pass with
There
me.
we go. Thank you.
You played it, and I am all in it. I
There we
appreciate
go.
that.
It is
really
a wild world right now.
It is a
you
wild.
ain't lying.
Talk to me.
You ain't lying.
Talk to me.
It's a
You know.
wild
Okay.
world.
So somebody actually said, read Chris Duenas' letter.
Chris
and,
Duenas.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
where's his letter? Chris Duenas got a letter, Patty.
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw it? You got it.
You know, first things first, need glasses.
Okay. Okay, let's get the eyes going.
I just kind of want to get everybody's opinion because I actually
Sure.
have one. I read
Okay.
this at
Let's go.
12:01 today, but
Okay.
and it reads: the 38th Guam Legislature has spoken. By overriding the governor's veto, we ended the chapter of one-party dominance and reaffirmed the principle that this island belongs to its people, not to the whims of one office. The era of tyranny is over. Democracy once again prevails in the halls of the Guam Congress building. But make no mistake, the victory is not the finish line, it is the starting gun. The override was not about political gamesmanship, it was about accountability. It was about protecting the integrity of this institution and standing up for the voices of our people who, for far too long, have been drowned out by the heavy hand of the executive branch. Now the real work begins. As budget chair, I have already made it clear to my colleagues oversight can no longer be an afterthought. Each oversight chair must begin holding regular hearings with their respective agencies, and each agency working alongside their oversight chairperson must prepare to draft its own key performance indicators, KPIs. Budgets will no longer be dictated by political rhetoric or favors. This year, funding will be earned based on results, not just plans. The road ahead will be hard. Our people are tired of scandals, shadows, and the arrogance that has lingered too long over at Adelup. That cloud cannot simply be wished away. It must be confronted through the courts, through investigations, and through the hearings this legislature will hold. Only then can we restore what has been lost, the public's trust in their government. This moment demands more than politics. It demands vision. It demands courage. It demands humility. The people of Guam deserve leaders who put aside personal ambition, who work beyond party lines, and who dedicate themselves fully to the welfare of our island. That is what the Republican majority intends to do. Moving forward, we must reject the failed mantra of my way or the highway. That style of leadership belongs in the past. No leader, whether governor or legislator, has the right to put ego before the people. Instead, we must humble ourselves, respect roles of our co-equal branches, and work together with our elected attorney general, our mayors, our federal partners, and our communities to build a government that truly serves. The override was a victory for democracy, but it is only the first step. The Republican majority will lead responsibly as we enter the next fiscal year. We will insist that every agency be held to measurable standards, every dollar be justified, and every action be guided by the principle of service over politics. This is how we will transform our government into one that is transparent, accountable, and worthy of the people's trust. I believe the future of Guam can be brighter than its past. I believe our island can emerge from this period of turmoil stronger, cleaner, and more united than ever before. And I believe that if we stay committed to accountability, humility, and service, then one day soon we will look back on this override not simply as the end of an era, but as the beginning of a new one. The era of tyranny is behind us. The era of results, transparency, and service begins now. That's kind of a heavy opinion by the budget chair. Like I said, the use of the word tyranny and democracy are kind of weighty, in that they carry both the normative assumptions, right? And then it's got some rhetoric behind it, the force of rhetoric that follows it. What we're taking a look at is what behavior or regime was being called tyranny. Is it the governors? Is it Adelu? And I don't know. I'm having a bit of a time because what I'm looking at is that this could possibly welcome a significant move in the structure of our government, or how, if there is an entrenched power, if it was overreaching, and now we've got some checks and balances that will create transparency and hold people to the fire, their feet to the fire. And if it is indeed that way, then maybe it is true that it will be better for public accountability and public trust, which is, I think, ultimately what anyone wants when they're running for, when they are in office. But the era of tyranny language hints that there's like a deep division, and that we've got polarization that's going on, and the fact that we are looking down the barrel of change that the Republicans, I'm assuming he's talking about the Republicans, or he himself as the author of this piece, we're staring down some change that isn't going to happen immediately, but change that over time, and at least in the next couple of year or so, that they're really going to put the thumb on this administration to rid Guam of this tyrannical administration. The use of that word tyranny, we've heard a lot in this Trump administration by his opposition and his critics. And what it does is in a battle, you sort of delegitimize anybody who is a political opponent of yours. If maybe this is just the presentation for some sort of rhetorical effect. Let me go back. I wanted to go back and see a couple lines. What we have to do is find out if this veto override presents itself as not only the first step, but a big, full-on victory over this tyrannical administration. It's one effort is the override. This override vote doesn't define that you're defeating your political opponent or you're defeating this branch of government. It's an override vote. It's one singular action that took place that made a statement about this legislature not working along party lines. But the interest of both Senator San Augustine and Senator Munya Barnes was that they had things on that agenda, and this override vote that they agreed to was to protect the things on their agenda. I'm not looking at it as a complete overthrow, and it sounds a little overreaching that this can be translated into, this kind of partisan framing, because now the Republicans are in control of the legislature. The language of tyranny might be aimed at, discrediting the Democrats, the governor's party, or even her past policies. There's a risk that that's being taken here in this kind of language, because it really doesn't have a place, I don't think, in how we are framing this one action by the legislature, which was a true victory for the majority. But it didn't engage 100% of anybody. This legislature didn't work where 100% of the lawmakers said this was a good thing, because you still had 4 lawmakers that did not vote for this bill, and they were Democrats. So the overreach to me sounds like, if you didn't vote for this budget, or you didn't want to override, you then are part of a tyrannical administration, and that you are allowing yourself as elected leaders to join the governor in this democracy that's under threat. And I couldn't find anything that could be further from the truth, especially when we're talking about the likes of Chris Barnett and Therese Terlahi and Sabrina Perez, who have long locked their arms as a faction within the Democratic Party since last 37th Guam legislature. Will Parkinson also not running for office, not running for, at least for not as trying to ascend to Adelou. I think he's probably just wanting to keep his job in the legislature. If he has other sites, I don't know what they are, political sites, that is. So I think that it is true that the override, or this declaration here, has a kernel of truth. The kernel of truth is that this override is a meaningful check on executive powers. I get it. I understand that you advanced your agenda. You pushed the BPT. The governor fought hard. It was polarizing, and she certainly sent a lot of cautious releases saying, you do this, and the poor will remain poor, and we're not going to be able to have money to be able to fix them. And you kowtowed to corporation and to her and to her quote, not your constituents. It's a signal of a shifting balance, and I think that is okay to do if that's what you're trying to do. But I think the name or defining it as tyranny went a little too far. I don't see it as tyranny. I don't see there are practices or policies or executive orders or anything that suggest that there is an authoritarian government that's happening now. You know what an authoritarian government looks like? You know what tyranny looks like? It looks like Donald Trump. That's where this letter should be directed to. And it would only be a glimmer of hope that someone in Congress would ever even say something close to what Chris Dueñas said about what a tyrannical government looks like. That's what that looks like. Open up the front page of any website that has whatever news site that you trust, and you see what tyranny looks like. You see what complete authoritarianism looks like. You see where people are being taken into custody, snatched off the streets. You know, you see you see how people, a significant part of the population called MAGA, sees everything that Donald Trump does and just stands in line. You see how we are looking at how you are politicizing anything and everything in order to get your way. And you do so with threats in the courts and then using your minions to assert your orders and demands and putting them up for scrutiny because they're just following what the president says when he says, send the National Guard over to Oregon, or anybody who is an enemy of mine or is an opponent, I hate and I don't wish them well. He said that in a funeral. And the spewing of that kind of language has separated America into these units of people that are just trying to stay alive, much less hating the situation that they're in and not having any out. We're staring down right now our own issues where how these tariffs are going to affect a duty-free port that has been like this for years. And now every time we buy something and send it somewhere, we're also going to be, paying fees that are higher, and we shouldn't be in that position. And we also see that these admirals and generals being summoned to Virginia, most possibly to get the dressing down by Pete Hegseth, that don't forget who's in charge here. And you have to pledge your loyalty to this president and the commander-in-chief. Sounds a lot like what Hitler did. So the use of the word tyranny, I think, is an overreach for Guam. And I also think that it's a dangerous word to use to describe a government that you are in opposition of. It's just doing what everybody else is doing. When you say that your opponent is bad news and they have to be checked, every dollar that's being spent, every decision that's being made, every one of the lawmakers who have oversight of a committee are going to be hauling in these agencies. And I'm not saying that that's not right. I absolutely believe that there has to be the checks and balances. And if this is the outcome is a positive outcome that will fish through some of the crap that we're looking at with the PUA fraud, for example, then it absolutely has to be done. People do have to be called on the mat. I 100% agree, but I wouldn't go as far as to call it tyranny. So there's that. We're at 922-1051. If you want to weigh in either on WhatsApp, you can find us on the phone. There's that. But it is a real wow moment. One person read, wow, my jaw dropped. Very unusual rhetoric for a man I see as a reasonable person who generally seeks consensus. And you're not wrong about that. I actually had to go back and look at the author and find out if this is truly coming from Chris Duenas. Celebrating a victory like an override does not equal taking control of wrestling tyranny and, taking control of, how government works here. So it honestly doesn't sound like something that Chris Duenas would say. It just doesn't sound like the kind of person that I have interviewed over the how many years right now. It doesn't sound like that lawmaker who I have found to clearly, push the agenda of his party. He is a party guy after all. But I have heard him in conversations making sure that, whatever we're doing, we're going to be doing as a unit of everybody who gets to weigh in on it. Somebody writes, right? I'm sorry. Hang on. Back up to name calling. Okay. Wait, I'm sorry. Up. What does that say? Just Trump speak. It creates more of a division. Just let them take responsibility for their actions. To discount Moody's ratings shows this lack of knowledge of how bonds work and how it will cost. Bad rating equates to a higher cost of funds. The governor has not done anything that the law does not allow. Let's be clear, the tax cut for business, not the people of Guam, just the businesses. Moody's rating means a lot to investors. He has no idea what he's saying, just name calling. Okay, there's a lot going on there. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't know. He hasn't specifically, in this, to be fair, Chris Duenas did not specifically discount what the Moody's rating or Moody's said about how it would affect our credit rating. Oh, okay. Anyway, let me find it. I'll go back and find it. There's that's strong language that I don't necessarily agree with. The governor, for her part, also sent out a release yesterday after this was done, after the legislature overrode the veto. It sounds like, let me see, a couple of things. Sounds like she is arguing that the budget's priorities reflect who holds influence, not who is most in need. That's kind of the basis of what she's saying, that they didn't do anything for their constituents. They did only what was good for the corporations that were bucking for this decrease in the BPT and having influence over these lawmakers, maybe through political donations. I don't know what that looks like. And I really don't know who was the donors of the campaigns. Probably should look. Now we're seeing what her big argument is that public goods, social services, investments, which is what the Moody situation is all about, that would broadly benefit the community might now be underfunded. We'll go ahead and take a look at the governor's point of view on this one. But she has been warning that this is a dangerous playing field with this decrease of the BPT. And I don't think that she's going to drop that argument. In fact, this will be a political tool for anybody who's running for office. When we see that the millions of dollars that she's talking about disappearing from our revenue stream because of the decrease. On the other hand, you have the Guam Chamber of Commerce. They have led the way on the influence of her senators on their desires to have this bill pushed through. It was part of Sean Gumatauto's agenda from the very beginning. When he was running for office, this was prominently displayed on his platform. And the idea is now, I think that Chairman O had said something in the release after this for this override veto, where he said, now we hope that these businesses will turn around with this savings and add more to their businesses, which is the entire reason why they did this. It was upon the premise that when you go to the stores now, you're going to find more efficiency in these retailers that you didn't see before. I don't know if the only noticeable change will be in the growth of these businesses, unless the noticeable change is the fact that you're standing at the shelf looking at an item that you thought was going to be decreased because they lowered the BPT, and that you have always been on the wrong path because no one promised you that. What they promised you that is that somebody who might work for that company is going to get a raise, or their benefits will increase. They'll now be maybe they'll get health insurance like a lot of other people don't have. Maybe you'll see the store transform into a more pleasurable buying experience. Maybe that'll be the most noticeable. But if you're and to the Guam Chamber of Commerce's point as well, they never said that the prices are going to drop in the stores. No one ever said that there's going to be a trickle down effect. We save money from taxes, that'll trickle down to you. We all know that economics doesn't work. Never has. And every time they say it, you know that they're lying from their teeth. That's why they avoid saying, because they know damn well these prices are not going to go down in the store. In fact, we are seeing that these prices are actually going to go up. I bought 7 items yesterday. 7 items that cost me $61. What the heck was I buying? Yeah, what was it? A tomato. Washed organic lettuce. Yeah, maybe a little pricey. That's foo-foo. Who knew? What else did I get? I got some cornmeal. Some fancy cornmeal from Red Mill. You know that Red Mill? That stuff is ridiculous. It's expensive.
All right. Okay.
And I got, I can't say that other thing. I can't say that other thing.
Shopping ain't the same
But
as it used to
no,
be.
it isn't. But you know what I did put back?
Okay.
I put back like dumplings.
Oh.
That's what I wanted.
Oh.
I wanted dumplings.
The dumplings?
You know, because I used to go to this place here that had like the whole dumplings menu. Is there another place where they have that now? The whole dumpling thing. We would go there just for stuff like that.
Is there a dumpling house
pot
here?
stickers?
We need
No,
a
there
dumpling
was
house.
in Jerry Kitchen.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And I mean, they had a full-on Chinese menu, which I absolutely. We used to go there all the time, but they closed down, and they transformed into this. I wanted to say drive-through, but it isn't. It's only drive. That would be mean. It's a drive. It's a takeout, dine in or takeout kind of thing.
Dumplings. Okay.
But the bag that I wanted felt like a self-indulgence. You know what I mean? Because I know that nobody in the house would eat it, and that would have been my own indulgence. I would have only been the one to eat it. I would have eaten 3 or 4 or 5 maybe, and then I would have put it back in the freezer, and then I would have forgotten that I had it. So I guess that wasn't a smart. I put it back. It was $11.99, and when I was looking at the cost of the tomatoes and the cucumbers and the red onion and the lettuce and the salad dressing, I realized that I would have to take a back seat to a salad. Dang it.
Darn.
Salad rule.
Darn.
My little pot stickers back in the freezer for somebody else to buy. Listen, it's 7:02, a little bit late, but I guess the big story is the deal. Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump have struck a deal that would end things in Gaza. We'll talk about that in the CBS News. Of course, Skylar's got the local news, and Dice has got your traffic and your weather for the week coming up on Mornings with Patti. We are KGUM FM in Dedido, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. There's been a dramatic development after crucial talks at the White House between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu. The president says the prime minister has agreed to a ceasefire deal in Gaza.
If Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do.
Trump said once the war is over, he'll chair a board of peace that would govern Gaza, and no representatives of terrorist groups, including Hamas, would have a role.
To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body.
Will the Palestinians and Hamas agree? Hamas Representative Khaled Kaddoumi.
No one has right to intervene into the Palestinian affairs but the Palestinians themselves.
If Republicans and Democrats can't agree on a short-term funding bill, large parts of the federal government will begin shutting down early Wednesday morning. CBS's Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill.
Just like the president isn't blinking, neither are congressional leaders, with Republicans who feel very strongly that Democrats simply need to sign on to just a clean extension of funding over the next 7 weeks, whereas Democrats say no, they want more guarantees, particularly around this issue of health care.
The indictment of former FBI Director James Comey could be just the start of a campaign by the Department of Justice against President Trump's political enemies. CBS News chief Washington analyst Robert Costa says more indictments could be coming.
There are other people on the radar of this administration, based on my conversations over the weekend, like Senator Adam Schiff of California, Letitia James, the New York Attorney General who sued President Trump about his real estate holdings.
Authorities now say at least 4 people were killed when a former Marine opened fire during a service in a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints church. The latest from WWJ radio reporter Charlie Langton.
All victims have now been accounted for in Sunday's mass shooting at a church in Grand Blanc, Michigan. 4 victims plus the shooter dead. 8 wounded were taken to a local hospital who ranged in age from 6 to 78 years old. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Your grief is our grief. I ordered flags lowered statewide.
Still, no motive for the shooting.
The gunman drove a pickup truck into the church and started shooting into it before setting the building on fire. He was killed in a shootout with police. On Wall Street, less than an hour before the closing bell, the Dow is up slightly. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
A new survey has found that a lot of people who want to buy a home have given up their search.
1 in 6 tell Bankrate they've stopped trying to buy a home in the past 5 years.
They are tired and they are frustrated.
Bankrate financial analyst Stephen Cates blames high home prices and mortgage rates.
Both of those are hard to approach, and people feel like those are just out of reach, unaffordable.
Cates says there are some affordable homes, but they're not in desirable areas or they're old and need a lot of work. Cates says home affordability is at its worst level in decades. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
2 brothers in Maryland have been sentenced to federal prison for odometer fraud. Prosecutors say they bought high-mileage vehicles at auto auctions, rolled back the odometers by an average of 124,000 miles, got new titles, and sold them to unsuspecting consumers. Buyers were defrauded of about $1.2 million while buying cars well past their prime and long past their service dates. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Successful CEOs agree that even in today's rocky economy, a key element of success is available to everyone. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Many workers are worried these days, afraid AI might eliminate their job, and noting that overall hiring has plummeted. But CEOs say they've succeeded largely because of their attitude, their mindset. Carl Eschenbach, CEO of Workday, says the attitude you bring to the office and to your peers will determine a lot of your success. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy agrees. He says an embarrassing amount of how well you do, particularly in your 20s, has to do with attitude. The CEO of Brooks Running, Dan Sheridan, recently told Fortune that maintaining the right mindset, especially optimism, even when times are tough, is what sets good leaders apart from great ones. And it doesn't cost a thing. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
The United States of Drivers. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Given the wide expanse of the U.S., the experience of drivers varies greatly from state to state. We looked at the best and worst states for drivers based on cost, safety, driving quality, and weather. California turns out to be the worst state for drivers, largely because it's the most expensive state to operate a vehicle. California drivers face the highest gas prices, most expensive auto repairs, and it ranks in the top 10 for auto insurance premiums. It features long commute times but fares well, no surprise with weather, as well as with safety. What about the best? Ohio is number 1, mostly because of low costs. Other better states for drivers include Iowa, Utah, Indiana, and Idaho. Transportation and car ownership can really dent a household budget. Where one lives affects the cost of insurance, maintenance, and gasoline costs. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. You are tuned in to the Wave 105 FM, streaming live. You can find us online on the World Wide Web at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. The Wave studio lines are at 922-1051 or 1052. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Subway, eat fresh. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. And Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. Pat's Tinting and Detailing, and Sherwin-Williams Paint. Your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. It's all being brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. Bringing on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself today to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in for a limited time. It's only with our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The 38th Guam legislature voted to override Governor Leon Guerrero's veto of the fiscal year 2026 Gov Guam budget bill yesterday afternoon. Republican lawmakers are calling the override a win, with Speaker Frank Blas Jr. saying in a statement that the override ensures fiscal transparency and reduces taxes for island residents. Leon Guerrero said that the measure eliminates a recurring revenue stream, that being the change of the business privilege tax from 5% down to 4% by next year. On Sunday, in a letter to Blas, the governor said Moody's, a credit rating agency, had told the administration that changes to Guam's BPT would not be a credit positive. Senator Chris Duenas, who had long championed for the reduction in BPT, said that while credit rating agencies provide guidance on fiscal outlook, Gov Guam continues to demonstrate robust revenue performances, consistently collecting more than projected, and that the budget bill that was passed reflects strength while ensuring stability and protecting government services. In more news, Environet Incorporated of Hawaii was awarded a $12.56 million firm fixed price contract to construct Type 1 K-span structures at Andersen Air Force Base. The contract provides warehouse space for consolidation of war reserve material assets from containerized and open-air storage to environmentally controlled warehousing alongside Andersen Air Force Base's south ramp. Work is expected to be completed by November 4th, 2027. The contract was a competitive acquisition with 6 offers received. The 36th Contracting Squadron at Andersen Air Force Base made the award. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow or working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Hafa Adai, guys. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now with another look at your real deal traffic report for a Tuesday morning here on the Wave 105 FM. It is 7:15 in the morning, and you can expect some delays in traffic, so let's try to see if we can hit the ground early this morning. DPW contractors will be grass cutting. You will find our friends up and around Nimitz Hill this morning, so just a heads up over on that side, as well as Hagåtña to Chalampago. We're looking at Route 4 from Hagåtña. This is all going to be depending on the weather. We're looking at 9 a.m., possibly till 3 o'clock, as well as Hoggett to Humatek. So again, guys, just a heads up over on that back end. And motorists, please be advised you can expect traffic delays this morning. Slow down and comply with the posted speed limits when traveling throughout the work zones. Please do remain alert for uneven pavement surfaces and temporary steel plates, and drive safely at all times. Now, for those of you coming up and around the northern end of the island, Anderson Air Force Base, we got some north and both southbound traffic on that end. Coming around the Our Lady of Litness Catholic Church intersection, north and southbound, Payless in Jigo, or cruising through Dedido, we got some delays in Liguan this morning, Machechi Avenue, north and southbound, as well as Bellow Road. Route 16 coming up and around Department of Revenue and Taxation, or getting around Slingstone this morning. You will find some north and both southbound delays. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. This is your Real Deal traffic report for Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations. Download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. You can visit guam.mobile.com for more details.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Landon Idlet here from the National Weather Service and with the Guam Power Authority. National Preparedness Month is here, and preparedness starts at home. Does your preparedness kit have water, food, flashlights, first aid, spam, and some snacks for the kids? Great! Now lend a hand, check in with a neighbor, especially our Banamku, and make sure their kit is ready too. Preparedness is for the family, and it starts at home. NWS and GPA preparing Guam together. For more tips, visit ghs.guam.gov and follow GPA on Facebook and on Instagram.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Balanced, fair, thoughtful. Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is just me singing at the top of my lungs.
I know this one. I know this one.
Yeah, go.
I'm just lying. I don't.
Okay.
I'm lying. I don't know this one. I ain't got this one down. But it looks like a good song.
I guess that's why they call it the blues. Elton John.
I like this. Mm-hmm. Elton, I am not mad at you. We didn't ruin this one.
Who does not love Elton John? Right? Who doesn't love him?
This is beautiful.
Talk to me now. I mean, if you don't, yeah, okay. Right. Elton John goes way back. Right. My kids know the Elton John album.
Oh, what?
Mm-hmm. Don't Shoot Me, I'm Just a Piano Player. That album.
That's the one?
They, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Good. That whole album. The kids learn these songs because when I was first teaching them how to have discriminating taste when it comes to music, because the crap they were playing on the radio, it was either like Barney, I love you, you love me, or I like it better when you're drunk. That there was no in between, and they needed to learn what real music sounded like. So I gave them a Beatles album. Okay. I gave them an Elton John. I gave them Tea for the Tillerman by Cat Stevens, and I gave them Stevie Wonder.
There you go. Okay.
And those were the CDs, and they were CDs, by the way, that was in the stack in the car at all times. So I indoctrinated them into this music by by blowing our ears out every time we got in the car. Those were the days when kids didn't have any control over the stereo. And we call it the stereo, the car system.
The CD era was
The
so
CD
much
era,
fun.
yeah.
That was
you know, because you could look at your CD and study which, or and you could play it in your car.
The whole binder.
No, the whole binder thing. Yeah, it was like a book. So they didn't. They were too young to. Maybe Cerise was of age that she always sat in the front seat.
Okay.
Did you have that pecking order when you were growing up?
Look, man, talk about texting and driving. We had CD books on our laps, and we were going.
Oh, dang! While you were driving, and you were the driver. Hey, when you're the driver, back then you were the DJ and the driver. You had dual roles. Now you're the driver, and someone is the designated DJ, and everybody's got a playlist in the car of, when you're going on a road trip, whose playlist we have to endure, which is why I think I know all of the songs by Fiji ever written and performed. And Taylor Swift and Sabrina Carpenter.
Hey,
because that was the playlist in all of our travels throughout Hawaii, and I wanted to kill these kids. I was like, when do I get the DJ? And they're like, we don't want to hear your stuff, Mom.
Oh man, that's cute. I did ask my niece the other day. I was like, you know what? We had burned CDs. They're like, what kind of fires did you guys start?
Yeah, we were.
I was like, it wasn't a fire. It's called burned CDs. God, you guys get on my nerves.
Pyrotechnics is what we were. Yeah, and then you also, by the way, and also, it was when I was growing up, my brothers that were driving, it was a shotgun situation.
Okay.
So you call shotgun, you sat in the front seat. Me and my sister Cindy, because we were the youngest, never got shotgun privileges. It was kind of like stay in your car seat. I mean, of course, we were older than that, but we never had, you could never scream shotgun because no matter if you fairly, squarely won that round,
right on,
you would get pushed out of the seat by somebody who was older. So we never got the opportunity to sit up front unless, we were the only ones in the car. And then we did my brother driving and then my sister Cindy in the middle and me on the outside.
Oh, no.
Front seat. That's when you could do that.
I never liked riding in the car.
Especially
in the summertime. Those seats are hot.
They're hot.
They're hot.
That plastic upholstery, whatever that is. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, it's dumb. Yeah. So we had the pecking order. We had the shotgun thing. Cerise was always the leader, so no one tried to usurp her privileges, right? If Cerise wasn't in the car, by natural, ascension.
Okay.
Tia would take over the slot. But Sean, unfortunately, was always still in a car seat.
Oh. Okay.
So he could never get the shotgun privilege, right?
Oh.
Until one day,
Poor Sean.
Poor little Sean he's jumping in. He's asserting his rights as an offspring of mine.
Hey.
And we're getting in the garage, and I hear him yell shotgun. I'm like, boy. You ride in a car seat. You don't have shotgun privileges. You don't get to call it out like you're part of the group.
I love your
you're
family.
still
You got a cool
family.
Well,
I
mean, it's just so y'all need a reality show is what y'all need.
Oh
Get
God,
some
no! Then
cameras
all
going.
the real secrets will come out. It's like, don't look under the beds. Come through, but don't look under the bed.
Reality
There's
show.
there's like something from down there. Anyway.
All right, where we at?
So we're at the part where I'm going to read now the governor's.
Oh, here we go.
It started off
share.
with the cautionary letter that she sent to Frank Bloss Jr. on Sunday. She said that Moody's Investor Service gave them a call and said that told her fiscal team that any reduction in GovGuam revenues would not be a credit positive. And the apparently, that was all happening there was no argument and there was no lobbying. They already knew. I knew Saturday night that there was no way that they had definitely override power. I have serious concerns about the impact of such an override on the government of Guam's fiscal health stability, and I am compelled to make you aware of recent communication with my fiscal team received from Moody's. Her fiscal team was contacted by Moody's senior analyst, don't know her name, I'm not even going to try, who made it clear that a reduction in any revenue would not be a credit positive. This statement should not be taken lightly. An override of my veto risks triggering higher borrowing costs for every school, every hospital upgrade, and every infrastructure project our people need. It would saddle taxpayers with higher costs for years to come. Additional costs would burden taxpayers for years, and Republicans would strip away government resources at a time when Washington, D.C. is making the island carry more responsibility. The legislature must put fiscal prudence above politics and reconsider the reckless course of action. And she sort of reiterated that in her opinion that she wrote in the PDN for this morning or last night. She says the budget makes clear where Republican priorities lie. I'll start from the beginning because I did the same for Chris. The Republican-led majority has forced through a budget that immediately strips $40 million from government revenues in fiscal year 2026 and guarantees another $80 million loss in fiscal year 2027. That is $120 million taken away from the resources we use to pay for health care, education, and public safety in just 2 years. This budget makes clear where Republican priorities lie. 90% of small businesses already pay a reduced rate or no BPT at all. But instead of protecting services for families, Republicans delivered on $80 million gift to the largest corporations over the next 12 months. They chose their contributors over their constituents. And while government services will likely suffer, business groups themselves have admitted these tax cuts will not result in lower prices for consumers. The damage doesn't stop there. By eliminating recurring revenue, this budget risks triggering a negative credit action. That means every new school, every hospital upgrade, and every infrastructure project Guam needs could cost more to finance. At the very moment, we must strengthen our future. Republicans have made it more expensive. Even worse, the budget ignores the real world we live in. An impending federal government shutdown threatens to halt the funding of many programs operating on Guam, even as federal cuts are already hitting vital agencies like Guam EPA and FEMA, agencies that protect our environment, safeguard our water, and provide disaster response our families depend on. Washington is leaving us with more responsibility to protect our people, but Republican budgeting has now left us with fewer resources to do it. That's why my administration has directed all government agencies to prepare for these federal risks. Agencies are assessing and projecting potential impacts of a shutdown where possible, submitting cogency plans to keep critical services running, and seeking technical guidance from our federal partners as it becomes available. We will be ready, but we should not have been made more vulnerable by this bad budget. And let's be honest about how we got here. The Republican majority deliberately waited until the day before our local government would be forced to shut down to act. They left no time for compromise, forcing senators into a false choice between a bad budget or no budget at all. When Republicans were in the minority, they claimed the government was broken. Now, under their leadership, they've passed a budget designed to prove themselves right at the expense of the people they were elected to serve. My administration will do everything possible to limit the harm caused by this bad law and to protect the services our people rely on, but it won't be easy. Guam deserves stability, responsibility, and a future built on sound planning, not a government that puts contributors first and constituents last. Okay. No special words, no other frame that she is building around this budget. None of what we're hearing here has led to anything conspiratorial or that has given the impression that that this administration was, sort of forcing elements of this budget down lawmakers' throats, or in any sort of way. Does it sound like it's tyranny? The language is the same language she's been using all this time since she's been defending the stay of the BPT. It criticizes this budget for favoring special contributors like the donors or interest groups that have helped to fund these campaigns. But she's never not said anything about this that is more than what she has said in the past. And that's why I'm saying that the difference between these dueling news releases one is filled with, this damning kind of rhetoric that this government is so far apart in the way that it thinks and it feels, and that it's my way or the highway, and that, all opponents standing in my way are going to be overridden by something, and probably a threat that, if you're standing in my way, you're going to be properly punished, which is what tyranny looks like. What I think that she's saying is, now that we are where we are, now we're going to have to respond to it because we are losing some of this precious revenue. So now with the federal government, the federal government is near a shutdown as well. And with that looming threat, and the threat by the federal government, or the actions taken by the federal government to underfund some of these federal agencies, or agencies on Guam that rely on federal funding, then we're putting ourselves in a situation where we're just not going to get our leg up on our finances anymore or again. And that's nothing different than what she said. But I think the only difference is that the Moody story came up before by Sunday. I don't know if the Moody's got wind that Guam was going to be chopping $40 million in the new fiscal year budget, if they knew that was going to happen, or were they primed for the possibility and then responded. The fact of the matter, it's kind of like you building a house, right? You submit all of your income information, your household income information, and you've done this credit report, and you are eligible because you've got good credit. And then all of a sudden something changes in your household finances, and you're left with a huge hole while you're trying to secure credit based on your good credit and your income. No bank is going to want to look at you now. Anything, and if they still do, because your credit is sound enough, the interest rate is going to be higher because now you're a bigger risk than when you had the best credit. And I think that's kind of where anybody who understands that this has happened to in building a house, or trying to get a large loan for a mortgage, there's a lot of contributing factors to what's happening if we're talking about building a new hospital. And we're talking about building other infrastructure that's needed to support that. And so what she's saying, and she's a banker, so this is not anything new coming from a banker, and it isn't anything new coming from these lawmakers. The risk has been taken, and she's saying we are now at risk. We weren't at so much of a risk before, but now we're really at risk. You're taking the risk, and we have to respond to it. That's kind of what she's saying. Key factor, we are waiting. Oh, sorry. Somebody just sent me a note and I just started to read it. Key factor, we are waiting to see if it is under an amount, because if so, we just might be looking at a lot of cuts in the department. Yeah, that's exactly what that is exactly what the point is. The federal government is giving us more control over, putting the onus of all of these budget cuts on our agencies. And we have to respond. And when you lose a large chunk of money that you were thinking you could use to respond, then you're really going to have to start looking at some things that in the government that are wasteful, which is not also a bad thing. When times are tough, which it has been for a lot of people between Maywar and the pandemic, we all had to take a look at our rainy day fund, if you had one. And you all had to take a look at your finances, especially if your job was on hold because you didn't have tourists coming here, or your job was directly affected to the number, directly tied to the tourism industry. Everybody had to look at their household finances. I don't know, well, maybe a couple of people, but they're probably going to benefit from the BPT decrease. But those are people with, download the new iOS system for your phone. They got that kind of money. So they're not even a factor at this point. But I'm saying that the average person in that middle class, upper middle class, middle to lower middle class, that area where those who dwell in that category of income, there was a huge burden on everybody trying to figure out. Some people didn't they made way too much money to be considered for federal assistance, and they didn't make enough money. I mean, they made too much money to get on these government welfare rolls or SNAP benefits. There were a lot of people who just were stagnant in what they were doing and the amount of money that they were making, and couldn't respond to what was needed for an emergency, which is why they gave everybody stimulus checks. But the point is, now everybody is you have to look at your household finances, and you're going to have to make cuts because you're not going to be making as much money as you used to. That happened during the pandemic. It happened during the Mayor, when expenses were going out, and we just were recouping our savings accounts from the pandemic. And some people still haven't recovered. And so I guess that's what the Adelup is warning is going to happen. The legislature on their part says, if you are an oversight chair, look at every one of these agencies. So when you're looking at every one of these agencies to determine whether or not they're doing the right thing, look at them to find out whether or not they can recoup the loss, because that's going to be on you. It'll be on the legislature. When people start running out of money and we start to see how we have to pick up the pieces, what the federal government is leaving us without, it's going to be on you. It's going to be on us to try to respond in the best way we know how to do. And sometimes we have the money to do it, and most times we don't. We're going to take a break. Oh, here it is. While hearing on your show, they vetoed the budget. Oh, no, they overrid it. They override. Any idea the budget amount for DOE? Key factor, we're waiting to see if it is under an amount, because if so, we just might be looking at a lot of cuts in the department, also layoffs starting from the bottom up. Yeah, and you would have a vested interest in that because you're a guidance counselor, and I'm not sure in the pecking order which goes first. Elton John, definitely one of my favorites. I got my boys into Eminem and 80s music. They didn't have a choice. Okay. Top 12 last year was Emily Keane. Okay, I don't know her. Hammer Time. Yeah. How many? Okay, sorry. That's another. Somebody's texting me. I'm just reading. I'm reading in your WhatsApp chat that all of the things that are coming out. Okay, listen. We're going to take a break here. We got some headline news back with us, and we've got some traffic with Dice. We'll be right back.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Your local headlines with Skylar Obispo, brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The Guam Department of Education announced that it would be hosting its Special Education Parent Symposium this Saturday at the Hyatt Regency Guam. The event marks the 50th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which pushed equity, inclusion, and access for students with disabilities. GDOE said that the symposium would feature special education support services, community resources, and more to help families care for their special needs students. Seating is limited and open to all parents of students with disabilities. For more information, parents are encouraged to contact the department for registration. In more news, while Guam's military buildup is underway, in the Northern Mariana Islands, local leaders met with the Department of War and federal agencies last week to discuss the effects of its own military buildup. DOW representatives delivered a report on the economic impacts from Resolute Force Pacific and also announced upcoming training activities, as well as discuss continuing biosecurity efforts to protect the NMI from invasive species. DOW reps also addressed concerns in regards to unexploded ordnance, hazardous materials, and waste management. Construction for Tinian's Divert Airfield project is nearly 80% complete, with concrete and asphalt placements in progress. A redesign of the fuel system is complete, with contract modifications in progress as well. The project is currently projected to be complete in 2027. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Alrighty, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. 7:41 here on the Wave 105 FM. It is a Tuesday, September 30th. We are hitting the streets right now for another look at your real deal traffic report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478 Auto or check out our inventory. It's available on our website at guamautospot.com. And our friends at mobile gas stations, be sure to download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. You can visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Alrighty, guys, let's go ahead and hit the central part of the island. We're looking at traffic into Mooney. It looks like Harmon Industrial is picking up. For those of you along Hamburger Road, you can find some north and both southbound traffic there. Upper Tumon is also beginning to pick up with some traffic, getting around Village of Donkey or the ITC FHP intersection. Up and around Ocapelas into Mooning or St. Anthony's, you'll find additional delays this morning. Traffic in Hagatna is developing, as well as those of you on West O'Brien Drive. Coming up and around PD or Asan, we'll be done with ease this morning. No delays in Anigua. Getting around the Naval Hospital this morning, you will find our friends at DPW, as we do have grass cutting maintenance projects kicking off this morning, and that will be around 9 a.m. School buses are making their rounds, so please watch your speed limit in the villages and in the school zones. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicles in front of you. 7:42 in the morning. It is your real deal traffic report for Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM, brought to you by mobile gas stations and Guam Auto Spot.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Hafa Adai Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Here's Energy in 15. Quick power facts from GPA.
At myenergyguam.com, you can track your daily energy use, check your patterns, see when your household uses the most power, and make simple changes that can lower your bill, all from the comfort of home.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Try GPA's free online energy expert tool. In just minutes, you'll get a virtual home energy audit with customized tips to save money on your electricity bill. Visit GuamPowerAuthority.com.
Energy in 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
Hafa Adai Guawasi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Stimulating conversation. Wave 105 FM.
Oh, this was desperate. You're pushing any button at this point.
Eye rolling emoji.
I was going to say.
I'm like, this is not what I planned.
Oh, that's okay.
No.
You want me to help you out?
No.
I can do something.
Look,
I got which playlist you want?
Well, I was going into Sergio.
Oh.
Right? See, that's, you know what I mean? Because
Were you really?
I was.
My song, Luba Kamoon, where you going to go?
Yeah, I did. I had
I haven't heard that song in a long time.
I thought you'd like that.
I actually going to make me cry.
No, I wanted to hit that, and then we were going to roll into Bad Bunny doing the Super Bowl halftime. You see what I'm saying? You see, I was going to roll that together, and then now they're boycotting Bad Bunny for the Super Bowl, so we'll see what happens.
MAGA is.
You see?
You know why?
Why, Patty? Why are they boycotting Bad Bunny?
Because they don't know that he's an American citizen because he comes from Puerto Rico.
I can't. I'm over it. I can't with so many.
Bad Bunny.
Like, did y'all skip social studies?
Yeah.
It's like, y'all didn't attend social studies. Like, come on, people.
Well, it's about time that Puerto Rico shared the,
the
shared
stage, right?
No. Puerto Rico shared the same plight that we have over here.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They know that Puerto Rico is a great place to go to, vacation. And they know that there are certain people who came out of Puerto Rico. They love Puerto Rican food. They love their Puerto Rican neighbors up in New York and all that. But, God forbid they should be American citizens.
I mean, like, everyone goes there for the summer. It's like, who doesn't go to Puerto Rico for
here,
the summer?
on a political front,
okay, go for it.
this is what they remember
All right,
about Puerto Rico for a lot of people.
Okay.
They had Hurricane Maria.
Hurricane Maria.
Trump
okay.
went down there in his first term.
Oh, the paper towel story. Got it. Yeah.
He was lobbing paper towels into the crowd. It was just this. It was questionable distribution practices, is what that was.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't throw things at people.
I'm following.
Yeah.
Now
no matter how lazy you are, you just don't throw things. And especially, we're talking about a marginalized community of people who don't have the wherewithal.
Okay.
They don't have recovery money. Typhoon Maria. They're still recovering from that typhoon.
That's horrible.
And we know what it looks like to be victims of a devastating typhoon. We know what it's like to be without some of the most basic stuff that you can find in the stores. We know all of that. But I tell you, I don't think that Guam would have stood for somebody lobbing paper towels at them. I think people that were invited to that speech that Trump made at the time were doing so out of respect. But I tell you what, come outside. Step on outside for just a second.
Headlining the Super
Let me
Bowl,
talk to you.
And that's not going well with some people.
They just aren't.
They're just not feeling it.
And here's if you want to know what kind of guy Bad Bunny is.
Let's go.
It's not because he's dating Kendall. What's her name?
Before
Kardashian.
Used to.
He's not anymore.
Nah.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I just feel like he could do
You're
better.
like, thank God.
No, I mean, like it's my business, but it feels like he could have done.
He's
I'm not a
Puerto
Kardashian
Rican.
fan.
He's a
Did
rich
you know?
Puerto Rican.
Yeah, he is. Did you know that the whole Kardashian thing?
Okay.
That people are losing interest in being like them.
Oh, thank God. Come on, they're not exactly. I mean, come on, they're not perfect role models. I mean, we got to do better. We need to do better with who we choose for role models for our kids. That's
so bad. Can you play a Bad Bunny song? What's the most famous one that you? I know you have one.
Bunny song.
Just something that is. Let me find something. I know
all of his songs are in Puerto Rican.
What?
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean Spanish. You mean Spanish?
I mean in Spanish, right? All of his songs are in Spanish. So this, you know what? I think he should call them up, all of them on stage. You know what I mean? Get Becky G, not Jennifer Lopez, but the rest of them can go on with their on stage. Camila Cabello. They should all get on stage together. I think that's going to be wild. But I don't know. We're getting mixed reactions, even on social media with the whole Bad Bunny deal. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens for the Super Bowl halftime.
Well,
show.
okay.
What did you find?
Oh, sorry. I got sidetracked because some people are sending me.
God.
No. This one girl just sent me a note and she's like, "Can you answer some questions about Are you talking about Turning Point USA?
Oh.
And she goes to a local school and was asking me if I could answer some questions for a case study that she's doing. And I'd be
Patty,
happy
this
to.
ain't one of your TikTok things that you had me and Reese do the last time. You know what I mean? You be having us. This is real. Is this like some real stuff?
Are you
I don't know,
distrustful of
man,
my?
Patty,
Are you distrust? Pranks are something. It's not a. It isn't an evidence of credibility.
know.
Well, actually, it is an evidence because you actually believed me.
I did, yeah.
You did believe me.
Now she got questions.
Did I fall out of favor with you?
I don't know. I'm like, you
Do
be
not-
pranking us, dude. You're pretty good at it. So let's see what these questions are.
Oh, you have no
Okay.
idea.
I'm just saying, because Patty, you get us good sometimes. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know.
Well,
She got us good.
I'm sorry.
Go for it.
I think okay. No.
Okay, let's see what are you-
I like to play jokes on people. I honestly like to. I
And
did
you're
that.
you're great
I'm
at
looking up what I'm looking for, but yeah, I did the when somebody's talking on the phone, just handing them random objects to see how they react.
See, that's what I'm
That
saying.
one, I did that one. I did the one where somebody used to be a firefighter, and I pretended I was talking to my friend, and I was saying to her, "Put water on it." She said, "Oil fire broke out." I'm like, "Put water on it," and I could see their face slowly turning. Like, "Wait, what did you just say? Throw water? Don't put water on it." And they were just being cool, but I was trying to attract their attention to see if they were listening to
Just
me.
raising their
give
blood
really bad
pressure.
advice. Really bad advice. I'm like, oh, should you evacuate? It was it just eyes perked up all the way. And then I asked a guy. I videotaped this. I don't know if I showed you one. I asked this guy who has been athletic all of his life.
Okay, all right.
And even at his age, still very athletic. And I randomly asked him, "Do you wish you were like more athletic?" Just to see the look on their face. The look on their face is like, what? Do you wish that you were more athletic? And they're like, I am athletic. I'm like, no, you're not. After 40 minutes on the treadmill and another 30 on the bike, it was best. Okay.
With you. I cannot. That's
I can't get into
Okay,
my
go.
Apple Music. It
can't.
can't connect. I don't trust this internet. Is what I don't trust.
It's just like it's the internet.
I know you have a Bad
It's
Bunny
the
song.
internet. Okay.
Okay, so Verna says that her niece went to a Bad Bunny concert and she's a very big fan.
Bad Bunny?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Here's the thing.
Okay, go.
So Bad Bunny in recent months
Yes.
has not done concerts in the United States.
Correct.
All of his concerts that you see of him lately, he's tearing down the house in Puerto Rico in his homeland.
Yes.
And you know why he's doing that? He's doing that to protect concert goers from getting picked up by ICE. Because he knows he's going to get that Latino crowd.
Okay.
Spanish speakers that are going to come because a lot of his music is in Spanish.
So they're avoiding ICE.
So he says, I'm not going to have a concert to draw out these people from, all of their little hiding places so that they can be picked up by ICE because of the fact that they're Mexican or they're Spanish speaking from whatever countries that they may come from in, South America or, every other Spanish-speaking country. He said they're likely to be immigrants that are preyed upon by ICE. So I'm not going to let them spend all this money to come to my concert so they can look over their shoulder and get arrested. And so the thing with MAGA over this that I was reading since they've announced that Bad Bunny was going to be in concert. Where's the?
Oh, here you go. Sorry. Okay.
Where's the Super Bowl this year? Santa Clara.
Yeah. Is it?
California?
Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah? That's where we're going.
There you go. Uh-huh. Go grab that WD-40 and need it for your hips right now. Go. Go get it.
Stop.
Oil them up. Grease them up. Get them joints running because Bad Bunny will make your hips shake.
Yeah, it's going to be a great, I don't know. I think it's going to be a great performance.
So now they're saying what they're going to do in Levi Stadium is that they're going to have ICE officers staged outside this at Levi Stadium.
Stop.
At the Super Bowl,
No, we're
so they
not.
can nab, because that's what they're doing. They're invading these courthouses.
That's not cool.
Did you see the one where the ICE guy took down the wife of a guy that they detained?
I saw that.
Just punched her straight in the face,
Threw her on the
cock-blocked,
ground?
right there on the floor.
I saw that. Oh, my heart broke.
Yeah.
My heart broke.
Well, that guy was dismissed.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Oh, they
Christy
got him.
Nome, even Christy Nome had like semblance of like some kind of ethics.
Okay.
She says that's not how ICE officers are supposed to treat the public, and are like, that's exactly how ICE officers have been treating
They
the public.
have been, yeah. I got
Yeah,
you.
wrestled to the ground, punched her right in the face,
I saw.
blindsided
man,
her.
broke my heart.
Yeah, I was pain, and she was begging them to take her, not him.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we locked
All
on.
right,
That was
let's go.
that's
Sorry,
Bad Bunny.
Bad
If you
Bunny.
like that, he's and if you don't, if you're not turned on by the audio of this concert, look at him because he's eye candy. Like that will cause you type 2. I'm not kidding you, man. That is a good-looking young specimen if I've ever seen one. You feeling it? He's a good-looking guy.
Get it, Patty.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So the fact that he's not with Kendall Kardashian,
that's correct.
What you're saying is I have a chance.
Yeah, Patty, you got a chance. Patty, you got
You
a
watch.
chance. Look at that. I mean, if Demi Moore can date the Superman guy or the
Well,
Spider-Man dude.
If a 66-year-old woman, how old is this kid? 20
Spider-Man,
something? No, Bad
Garfield.
Bunny.
No, good.
I'm still on that. I can't. Now I can't look away.
All right, we're gonna go 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yugi.
Yeah. No. Yeah. 29.
In his 20s.
Yeah, we're gonna say 20s. Yeah.
Yeah.
20s.
God,
Let's just lie and say he's 32.
Well, let's just lie and say he's 65 because then I'm coming for you. Sorry, the boy is good looking. He's a good looking specimen. And
Go for it.
I'm not
Okay,
mad at
we
it.
ain't
Yeah,
mad
okay.
at that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me. The oldest fan in the world. Thanks, Grandma. Okay, so Chris Duenas' use of the word tyranny is so misguided. He thinks in January 6th was legitimate political discourse. I think the anti-tyranny thing is a hangover from loose handling of the COVID pandemic. There are still business people pissed off about that. The fact that she has pressed on with upgrades to the utilities around the Manila hospital site, and the fact that there's no money to actually build it leaves some folks feeling less than supportive of this administration. By the way, I supported her approach to trying to contain COVID. She got a lot of bad advice on that, though. I think that you're not wrong. And people who were giving her good advice, but that didn't win over the people who were giving her bad advice, are still smarting over it. And that have become political foes now because they were ousted from her presence on COVID advisories. And so they still got a lot of that. And I think that to this viewer's point, that a lot of businesses folded, and they were very angry. If they're going to look at something that looked like it was tyrannical, they still blame her for pulling out the National Guard to inspect cars on the roadways at these checkpoints where you had to produce to the authorities that you had permission to be out there because your job was an essential one. And so people didn't like the checkpoints. They thought it was a violation of their civil rights and their ability to move freely all throughout Guam. But she laid the hammer down, and maybe this is one of the pieces of advice that people gave her, to put out the National Guard, and everybody had to mask up, and your comings and goings had to be monitored, and you weren't free to move around. When you take away people's rights like that, when it honestly prohibits them from actively making decisions about their lives and physically restraining them, then it's kind of an overstep. And people felt like that. And it lasted for a while, but then eventually went away. What was not one of her popular decisions. But there will be people who are also angry that she shut down these businesses for as long as she did under this public health declaration that allowed for no one to go and tend to their shops or open for and you had to have a service that was, you'd have to be really creative. Who cashed in on these places were these restaurants that were serving takeout food for these services where people would pay somebody to go pick up their stuff. And the takeout service made a killing then.
Wow.
A killing. That's that. And we're still a little bit lazy on that. Longing back for those services, where everybody, you could just go pick up and go, and and people had money at the time, and some people were actually enjoying their COVID experience, and businesses were not happy about that. So yeah, is that a hangover? I think that might be a good word. The anti-tyranny thing is a hangover from loose handling of the COVID pandemic, and they're all now coming. The Republicans are in a majority and in a position to stop her from doing anything that comes out of the legislature, any policies that she objects to. So I think that they're saying the table is flipped now. Now you're in the people's house. So, we don't have to. We have just shown you that an override of a veto can flip this switch. And I think that I'm saying you may be right if it was movement toward improving the services to the people, not calling somebody a tyrant and authoritarian, because that also puts a bad taste in people's mouths that I don't feel is true. I don't feel like this is a tyrannical administration. And I do recognize that there are people and some doctors in this town that resent her for the way that she conducted herself when she made decisions on how these clinics were going to run in the middle of a public health global emergency. There were some people who got to win out on that, and some people who lost out handily over that, and now they're coming for her. But I think I agree with many people. In fact, I put my words out there before anybody had a chance to weigh in on it with me, that the use of the word tyranny is a word that suggests that there is authoritarian behavior and that there's suppression of the opposition, which are all of the functions that you're seeing in a tyrannical administration with Trump dismantling the courts and making it appear as if nobody gets a say. And I don't think that is accurate. I don't think that's an accurate definition of what this administration is about. I think it's largely rhetorical that they're using this. I can't see any, again, clear evidence of there being authoritarian behavior by this administration. And this veto override is not as much of a power grab as it sounds like Senator Duenas is making it. It's part of the regular standard checks and balances. And it's not necessarily a collapse of democracy. This is what you do. This is what you do when you are running a government, right? You're not all going to agree, and this is sort of standard that you pass laws, they're vetoed, and the legislature uses their Trump and trumping powers, not Trump, but trumping powers almost sounds like it's the same, to be able to turn that policy into what the majority of the legislature believes it should be, and that leaves the governor getting checked by another independent, equal arm of the branch of government. That's it. That's what checks and balances and vetoes and overrides of vetoes generally suggest to me. And it sounds like that one case does not equal full democratic reclaiming. That's just because you had one override doesn't mean you're switching the government on its heels. It's a significant, overriding the veto is definitely a significant act, but it doesn't alone transform any institutional culture. So both the Democrat resilience would have to, have repeated checks and balances. This and protections of some of these minority rights, or what's happening to the media, or what's happening for fair elections. Oh my God, I just described the Trump administration in one sentence that I didn't even bring up. That sentence wasn't my sentence. That's what tyranny is, you guys. This is not tyranny. When the government, when Trump and his folks, his FCC guy, forces networks, private corporations to fire people who they don't agree with and infringe on people's freedom of speech rights, to tell the media, you can cover the Pentagon, but you have to sign a waiver saying that you're not going to report on information that we have to control, even if it's unsealed and is up for public inspection, it's releasable to the public. We don't care. If we don't care, what you are going to sign on to tell the stories that we want you to tell. Those are media rights. That's what happened in free media in the past couple of weeks. And the ability to hold free elections and fair elections. What that looks like is tyrannical behavior. By, I lost the election, and we're going to send in a band of insurrectionists so that it can force this Congress not to certify this election in what is generally largely ceremonial. All the work has been done. You're just putting your signature and your stamp of approval, making sure everybody in the room said, yeah, this happened. But they never got to it because in the middle of this whole conversation, Mike Pence was shuttled away because they were attacking the Capitol. That's what tyranny looks like. So, good point. Adelupe has been opposed all 8 years by legislature, including her own party. That's absolutely true. And thus the faction that is Therese Terlahi, Sabrina Perez, and Chris Barnett. So just because somebody says, just because somebody is checking you and they have been able to do so successfully doesn't mean you've won anything. And I largely disagree with it being tyrannical. Ironic for Duenas to use tyranny given the unfettered power the legislature has given Doug Moylan without checks or balances. Good point. Pot calling the kettle black. That's what the people are saying. I'm reading from the chats. I'm reading from public opinion. That's what people are saying. Anonymously so, because maybe they were, concerned about getting, backlash from any of this. We've hit the top of the hour. Didn't even know it happened. You doggone it. Did it again. All right, CBS News, you're up. Skylar's next. Ice is after that. And the weather here on KGUM-FM, Daddy Do Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but not yet Hamas, has agreed to a 20-point plan to end the war in Gaza.
If accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours.
The two men met at the White House, then spoke to reporters, but didn't take any questions. The president says Israel would have the, quote, full backing of the United States to take steps to defeat Hamas if it doesn't accept the proposed peace deal. A Hamas official told Al Jazeera today the group hasn't seen the plan, which includes the creation of a peace board that would temporarily govern the enclave. Trump says he will chair that board, which Netanyahu emphasized would not include representatives of Hamas or the Palestinian Authority. CBS News White House correspondent Weisha Zhang says the plan reveals the president appears to have had a change of heart when it comes to Israel's possibly annexing disputed territory.
It should be pointed out that just last week, President Trump said he would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Very tough words. And in the proposal that was released today, it only stipulates that Israel would not annex Gaza, with no mention of the West Bank.
Absent an agreement on a short-term funding bill, large parts of the federal government will begin closing early Wednesday morning. President Trump is meeting this afternoon with top congressional leaders at the White House, but he has said a shutdown is, quote, likely. CBS News chief Washington analyst Robert Costa says the president doesn't seem worried.
When I spoke with President Trump yesterday, it's evident that he's not really that nervous about a government shutdown. Now, usually
when you talk to a president of the United States and a shutdown's on the horizon, they are worried. But the president believes he has the power, I'm told, to use executive power to get rid of federal jobs, to cut some federal salaries should there be a shutdown. So there's not a lot of anxiety at the White House.
Elected officials in both Memphis and Shelby County, which includes the city, have sued to try to stop President Trump from deploying National Guardsmen. Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris says the planned deployment violates the state's constitution.
The Constitution requires an action by the state assembly before the National Guard can be deployed. It requires a rebellion. And so none of those things have taken place. And so we're trying to figure out how legally any of it is happening.
Top story of the hour, President Trump says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has agreed to a 20-point plan to end the war in Gaza. At the closing bell on Wall Street, the Dow was up slightly. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
The era of solo electric vehicle drivers cruising in California's carpool lanes is coming to a close with the expiration this week of the state's long-running Clean Air Vehicle Decal program.
The popular perk, which has allowed hundreds of thousands of EV and zero-emission vehicle owners to use the carpool lanes, is ending October 1st. This after Congress failed to extend the necessary federal authorization.
It's an unspoken benefit of EVs. I know a lot of people lean towards an EV because they have that benefit, especially in California.
Casual carpooler Chrissy Phillips.
So I'm curious to see what it does in the traffic.
Some predict traffic chaos as EV drivers drift back into regular freeway lanes. The CHP is giving EV drivers a 60-day grace period before writing tickets. Matt Bigler for CBS News, Oakland.
OpenAI has announced new parental controls for ChatGPT to make the platform safer for teens, including automatic safeguards for teen accounts. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Surprising pathways to success when applying for a mortgage. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Qualifying for a mortgage became more difficult after the housing bust, which led to a recession. Sometimes, though, now it's the lack of know-how, not money, that stands in the way of obtaining a home loan. For young borrowers, it is true a high credit score and large down payment help get the most favorable terms, but they aren't a requirement to buy a home. Parents can help younger buyers, including when a cash gift is provided for a down payment. Millennials can sometimes use a parent's help, not because of credit issues, but because their salary histories are so limited. Foreclosure remains on a credit report for at least 7 years, but the impact diminishes over time. The negatives can be countered by good things like a low debt-to-income ratio and an established credit history. If everything else on your report is in good standing, your FICO score can improve in just 2 years. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Hafa Adai Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Nike has changed its slogan. The sports world and the marketing profession are shaken to their shoes. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Nearly 40 years ago, Nike introduced the Just Do It slogan, which fueled one of the most successful and influential marketing campaigns ever. But now it has changed Just Do It to Why Do It, with a question mark. Opinions are divided. It's either brilliant or a terrible mistake. The mistake camp says, why change it? Just do it is timeless, universal, and instantly recognizable, they say. It should be protected, not changed. The brilliant camp says, why do it speaks to today's young consumers who are skeptical about everything. There is another explanation for the change. Nike's stock price is less than half of what it was 4 years ago. Just maybe the company figures it needs to make some big changes. I'm Jeff Colvin.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Track your sleep and be rested. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. How you sleep matters. It's not just about the number of hours. The position you sleep in can shape the quality of your rest as well. And if you twist and turn all night, are you really resting? Reposa can help you find out. It's an iPhone app that uses built-in sensors to track your sleep positions. It monitors how often you shift around, then gives you insights to improve comfort. And then, with light vibrations, Reposa can nudge you out of the bad positions without waking you. You stay asleep while your body makes subtle, positive changes. The results? Less snoring, less sleep apnea, and a better, brighter start to your day. At reposa-sleep.rest. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Keep the dial here. Your radio loves it. Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. This is the Wave 105 FM. We have 15 minutes after 8 o'clock this morning. We are streaming live at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by the Medical City, where patients are partners. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Subway, Eat Fresh. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. And Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. Pat's Tinting and Detailing. And Sherwin Williams Paint. We have your local headlines for you right now with Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, brought to you by McDonald's. Bringing on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself today to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in for a limited time. It's only with our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The 38th Guam Legislature voted to override Governor Guerrero's veto of the fiscal year 2026 Gov Guam budget bill yesterday afternoon. Republican lawmakers are calling the override a win, with Speaker Frank Blas Jr. saying in a statement that the override ensures fiscal transparency and reduces taxes for island residents. Leon Guerrero said that the measure eliminates a recurring revenue stream, that being the change of the business privilege tax from 5% down to 4% by next year. On Sunday, in a letter to Blas, the governor said Moody's, a credit rating agency, had told the administration that changes to Guam's BPT would not be a credit positive. Senator Chris Duenas, who had long championed for the reduction in BPT, said that while credit rating agencies provide guidance on fiscal outlook, Gov Guam continues to demonstrate robust revenue performances, consistently collecting more than projected, and that the budget bill that was passed reflects strength while ensuring stability and protecting government services. In more news, Environet Incorporated of Hawaii was awarded a $12.56 million firm fixed price contract to construct Type 1 K-span structures at Anderson Air Force Base. The contract provides warehouse space for consolidation of war reserve material assets from containerized and open-air storage to environmentally controlled warehousing alongside Anderson Air Force Base's south ramp. Work is expected to be completed by November 4th, 2027. The contract was a competitive acquisition with 6 offers received. The 36th Contracting Squadron at Anderson Air Force Base made the award. Reporting for the Mariana's Business Journal, The Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Bispo.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
It's time to level up your journey with Mobil's new and improved Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. Engineered to keep your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage and smoother performance on every journey. From daily commutes to weekend adventures, Mobil's new Synergy Supreme Plus protects your engine and keeps it 3 times cleaner. Fuel smarter, drive further only with Mobil's new Synergy Supreme Plus. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details.
Alrighty, Guam. Hafa Adai, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. Let's hit the streets for your last look at this morning's Real Deal Traffic Report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. We're going to go ahead and cruise around the streets of Guam because we're at the 8 o'clock rush hour. You will find traffic developing in the Mongmong Totu Maiti area up and around Barragata this morning or coming in and out of Manila. Traffic on Route 1 that's going to be to Mooning is quite hectic right now, as well as those of you getting around Nimitz Hill or Hagåtña Heights. So again, guys, eyes on the roads, no texting and driving. School buses are making their rounds this morning, and it is imperative that we all allow braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report from Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Here's Energy in 15. Quick power facts from GPA.
GPA crews work year-round on preventative maintenance, from clearing vegetation near power lines to upgrading equipment. This behind-the-scenes work protects the island's electrical system and helps keep power reliable for customers.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Report emergencies or downed lines anytime by calling GPA's Power System Control Center at 671-475-1472. Our crews are on call 24/7.
Energy in 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs, delicious Italianos, mouthwatering clubs, to the high-protein deli heroes. The Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor. Get what you're craving for today. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Vado matto per te, vado matto per te, vado matto per tutta la vita che c'è. Per tutta la vita che c'è. Sulla riva del mare, la riva del mare. Ah, la riva del mare. È la riva del mare, la riva del mare. Un luogo comune dove arrivare, dove tutto comincia a girare. La riva del mare, la riva del mare. Sono matto per te, sono matto per te. Sono matto per tutta la vita che c'è. È la riva del mare, dove tutto comincia a girare, girare, girare. L'onda sbaglia.
Yeah, just a little. Yeah, remember this song? Does it reminds me of you guys. It really does. It's like everybody used to.
Yes, it was a good ride.
That was a good ride.
It's a good ride. It's like, how to translate this song? What is it about, Patty? Don't do that. Don't do that.
You know, this is the first time anybody's ever asked me to translate it's in Portuguese and Italian.
Oh, that's sexy.
So this is not even like me trying to understand either one of those languages.
Portuguese and Italian.
Yeah, there's verses that are Italian and some of the verses are also Portuguese.
That is sexy. Okay.
Because he because
is he
Sergio
5'11"
Mendes.
too?
Oh God, no.
No, he's not 5'11".
No. He's actually passed.
Oh, okay.
But Sergio Mendes is from Brazil.
Nice.
And he wrote that song, Girl from Ipanema.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't know the song, but I'm agree. No, Patty, no, we're not doing that. We're
the
not.
girl from Ipanema goes walk.
No.
Then she walks.
Okay, so he's not 5'11".
I don't think so.
No, like 5'2". Is he like a fun size?
He's like the snack pack. Is he like the snack pack writer?
Not a miniature Three Musketeers, a little fun size. Is that? I'm so sorry. I'm about to get jumped by some small people. I'm gonna stop.
If they're gonna jump you, take a lot of people. They're gonna need a ladder. They're gonna need a ladder to come for you. You're gonna need two because I'm right next to her.
Oh, you little bowling ball.
Yeah, you cutie. You cutie. Put the little elevator shoes on and come see me.
Oh,
no,
man.
I was only referring to people who are diminutive in size.
All right. Okay.
But their egos are quite large. It's like Lord Farquaad.
I got
you. You know Lord Farquaad
no.
was? Lord Farquaad was the Lord in Shrek. He was really tiny, and he had the Farquaad. I always call it because sometimes I call it the Lord Farquaad haircut, the one they give you in the beauty shop. Anyway, Lord Farquaad was really small.
Okay.
But he was, he had to make up for his size by being tyrannical.
Oh, okay.
Oh, see,
tyrannical.
How do we?
How
do we use that word again?
It's the word of the
word
day.
of the day.
It's the word of the day, Patty.
I am flooded on my social media and all of my WhatsApp. I don't know. They saying what are they saying on?
Tyrannical. Tyrannical.
What are they saying on YouTube? I haven't seen what they're saying on YouTube. Okay, they're just saying nothing. Okay. No? I have to reset. They're not there on YouTube, but they are. I'm all over social media, and that's what they're saying. And of course, if you are just joining us, we're talking about an opinion piece that Senator Chris Duenas wrote in today's PDN, where he talks about this administration and sort of equates the veto override of her budget as an assault on this tyranny and democracy that is the Leon Guerrero administration. He says the era of tyranny is over. Democracy prevails in the people's house.
Aha.
And to me, it's a lot to say because tyranny in this country means something that we see on a daily basis. We know what actions look like tyranny. And that's what's happening in our federal government upon the orders and demands by the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States. And when he says to Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, that he's not as generous as she is by forgiving her husband's killer, he says, I'm sorry, I'm not like that, paraphrasing here, that he hates his opponents.
Oh, wow.
And he doesn't wish well on them at all.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
He said that?
Yes, he did. He said it loud and clear at the funeral service for Charlie Kirk. And then he made, it sounds like a mistake, or he is just so out of touch that he sent Pam Bondi a directive on social media, on the X site, where it might have been supposed to be a DM. Like, girl, I waited too long. All these people got to go.
Wow.
James Comey, we got to come after all of these people who were opposed to his presidency, and try to nail them on stuff, illegal stuff that they did. Try to get them, and that's where James Comey's the indictment of one of his opponents is James Comey, the former, James Comey, the former FBI. Just lost my train of thought, where he said he sent this is the joke. He sent a prosecutor who's never prosecuted. She's the DA of DC, sends this prosecutor who is a former Miss Colorado who's never prosecuted a case in her career, and flubbed it by putting 2 indictments in front of the judge where he didn't know what he was doing. Her signature affixed on both of them. That's what tyranny looks like. What happened with the override veto is a status of standard checks and balances between 2 equal branches of government. So what I was saying is all of this whole title of tyranny it sounds like more of a shift from centralized, possibly authoritarian rule, more toward a democratic governance, which is exactly what I thought we were doing when we were vetoing a bill and then having it overridden by the legislature. I didn't translate that into, you lost and you deserve to lose because you've been running this with an iron fist all of this time for the past 8 years. So when you use words like tyranny and you use words like the democracy, these are, I said it before, these are weighty words. They carry both, these assumptions that are normal and with this sort of rhetoric that's behind it that's very forceful. And that part of it is really is the disturbing thing. Like I said, one case of them overriding this veto is not equal to full democratic reclaiming. It's not the same. It's a significant act, but it doesn't transform anything that isn't institutional, which is what checks and balances are. So now that the Republicans are controlling this legislature, this kind of rhetoric is probably benefiting the shift between the Democratic majority and now the Republican majority. And this kind of language using the word tyranny is obviously going to be used to discredit the governor's past, or her party, and some of her past decisions and her past policies, which is where I think, to one viewer's point, says they're all still a little butthurt, and most likely, not only butthurt, but most likely they are hungover from what she did in the pandemic. And it was Senator Chris Duenas who several times tried to push the bill that would make emergency declarations like the public health emergency declarations go through the legislature for final approval, stripping away some of the governor's authority to be able to make these decisions when she's overseeing something like a pandemic. And the reason why the Republicans wanted more control over how she declares these public health emergencies is because they were all getting some pretty bad pressure by the businesses that they weren't opening in time. And so that has been a stronghold of the party in the argument over whether or not the governor was overstepping her authority by making sure that these businesses were still under this pandemic declaration and not opening. They were angry, and they really came for her hard during the pandemic, saying that they couldn't open, their businesses were folding, they weren't making any money, and they wanted her to lift the public health emergency declaration and allow them to open up their businesses. That was a big part of what Chris Duenas' role was in the legislature in the 37th, when the pandemic was under her rule. They didn't like the decisions she was being made. So some people are looking at Chris's definition of this administration as being authoritarian and saying this is because they're hungover or they're still smarting from when the pressure was on them by businesses to open. And now on the other side, they're saying, well, they're making up for failure to push through several times this bill from the 36th that bled into the 37th. And that bill, one of the first things was to try to take back the authority to stop the governor from consistently redeclaring a public emergency for that period of time. And so now you have these large corporations or these businesses who are contributors or donors to these campaigns saying this is what is going to be on your agenda. And this is politics. This is just, they're not doing anything that has anybody with a self-interest, and they'll contribute to a campaign. That's just the way the world works. But this is playing a lot of catch up to what has happened in the past. And now, again, one override veto by a Republican-controlled majority is not the same thing as shifting the political reclaiming of democracy. And then by denigrating and one person wrote name calling. I think it's a little more like, you're falling out of favor with the governor by calling her a name, which doesn't fit what the standard of checks and balances are. That's kind of where it is right now. And so that's why the word tyranny has become the word of the day, because everywhere I see it right now is just aimed basically at discrediting the governor's party or her past policies. So, and to her point, there's going to be some long-term fiscal impact because of the rollback. Tens of $millions in revenue, endangering creditworthiness or any kind of future capital projects like schools, hotels, hospitals, the like. So the override here is symbolic for Chris Duenas. There's some symbolism there by saying we're stripping her of this authoritarian practice and her policies, but it has policy consequences, and it certainly has trade-offs that does affect governance. You can't say at all that the impact on the economy is going to be felt everywhere. And we've been already given by one of our credit reporters the warning that you do this and wipe out potential $120 million in revenue, put your credit rating at risk. But everybody's willing to take it. Okay, so we'll see. This is going to have a long look at, because now both sides are figuring out how they're going to wrestle wrestle this policy. Knowing full well that there is going to be economic impact, right? So Chris Duenas is saying everybody with an oversight of an agency is going to have to really go in there and dig in and find out what's going on. No dollar will be spent that's unaccounted for, that we're going to have complete and full transparency. That's how we're going to respond to what's going to happen with this revenue shortfall or without this revenue. And then on the other side, the governor's saying, all of these agencies are going to have to dig deep and find out where we can make cuts, because we're in for a long and hard ride. So Just to sew up this part of the conversation, democracy is not permanently secured just by one act. And this is one act, an override, a single act that has put a lot of symbolism about tyranny behind it. And I don't think it's sitting right with the natives. Bottom of the hour now. Let's take that break. Be right back.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Smoojow Community School.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
It's time to level up your journey with Mobil's new and improved Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel. Engineered to keep your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage and smoother performance on every journey. From daily commutes to weekend adventures, Mobil's new Synergy Supreme Plus protects your engine and keeps it 3 times cleaner. Fuel smarter, drive further only with Mobil's new Synergy Supreme Plus. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Here's Energy in 15. Quick power facts from GPA.
GPA crews work year-round on preventative maintenance, from clearing vegetation near power lines to upgrading equipment. This behind-the-scenes work protects the island's electrical system and helps keep power reliable for customers.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Report emergencies or downed lines anytime by calling GPA's Power System Control Center at 671-475-1472. Our crews are on call 24/7.
Energy in 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs, delicious Italianos, mouthwatering clubs, to the high-protein deli heroes. The Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor. Get what you're craving for today. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All my friends know the low rider. The low rider is a little higher.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good morning to you. Okay, 8:44 in the morning here. Good morning. Everybody okay? You good? Are we good? Okay. Did you have a chance to update your iOS?
I'm in the process.
Why would you do that now? Aren't you supposed to do that at night?
Ain't nobody got time to be waiting. I'm going to do it now. Yeah,
That's what I'm
update
saying.
now,
Do it while you're
update later.
asleep.
Yeah, no,
like if I try to do it now. Well, first of all, I'm waiting to see if your phone crashes,
it's not going to
and
crash.
then I'll start a GoFundMe account.
You know, according to Kyle, who
Yes.
updated his as well, his phone is not crashing, nor is it overheating. So, you know what? I think that we're safe.
Okay.
As per Kyle, we should
Because
be good.
because the alternative is what?
We're going to get a new phone.
Oh no, I meant
What do you mean?
like what's the crash?
Well, I don't know.
Why would it?
Well, by, you know.
I mean, if they knew that people's
I know you got the
systems
background
would
apps
crash.
running. Yeah. you
Okay,
know.
so don't have any. First of all, you're saying that if I have to just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Windows open.
Yeah, overheating.
It doesn't though.
No, it does not.
No.
Why do you have so many apps open? Never
Did I
mind.
remind you that I
Yeah,
woke up
you
at
know what?
11:53
That's
after
true.
committing to be at an event at 7
Yeah,
o'clock?
and you were out playing video games.
And
on
then
your
I
phone.
started in with Magic Kingdom.
Yeah,
and,
there you go.
And my friend King Henry, or Harold, or whatever is the Royal
it's got
Kingdom.
some really neat features, Patty.
Okay, I know you were telling me. Go ahead. Well, your thing. Let me see the last time. Software update available. It's checking for update. No. Back up. Back. I don't want to do it now. Because if I do it now, then I'm just.
It
it
screens
takes a
your
long.
calls. That is great.
How long is this going to take
You know
for
what I
you
mean?
to do it?
Let's see. It's on 10 more minutes.
So you can do without your phone for 10 minutes during the show?
Yeah, Patty, I'm working. We don't play with our phones during working hours. I'm a producer.
You KBS. KBS.
I'm not on my phone when I'm at work. I'm fully focused on my job.
Whatever.
You don't.
Hey, I'm not. I am not going to be the girl that's going to out you on the radio. That's
no,
not me.
I can see the Coke guys are like, no, you're not. You're down here all the time making
I see
videos.
ya.
I go around the office making videos all the time.
You do. Everybody
do.
sees it.
It's a lot of fun.
I know. I've seen you,
It's
and
fun.
you think that
It's
you think
cool.
my little antics playing around with my friends.
Yeah.
Making these jokes is a thing.
No,
You're over
well-
there like disturbing the peace in Coca-Cola factory.
We got great camaraderie around here, and it's so cool, you know.
No, I
and
agree.
then I get to find out, you know, that people don't know nothing about Britney Spears' team. By the way, Britney Spears, hello, yeah. So it's also a lot of fun. It is.
Yeah.
Kind of loosens up the office a little bit. You know, everyone's glued to their screens around here. You
Yeah.
know, they're busy. I mean, this is a tight ship, Patty. You know what I mean? It's not, you can't just be storming in and out, you know what I mean? Be like, hi, Virgie. She's like, not today, Dice. I'm like,
Yeah, wow.
All right, Virgie. Good morning, Virgie. You know, it's like,
Well, when they
as
see you
I
coming
was.
and then, as you were,
As
guys,
I
keep
was.
walking.
Yeah.
Are you saying that when they see you coming, they tend to already know that
Oh,
you're
they
in
know,
for the prank?
Yeah, they know it. They know it. They look for my phone first. They're like, oh, there's the phone. Yeah, so they're pretty smart. They're pretty. I think they're catching on to me.
Well, I mean, it only takes one time.
You know,
She went around the office. She went around the
It's
office
fun.
and then had everybody.
Yes.
What was the song? You had you gave you gave the lyrics and then they had to
What was
say
killing Britney Spears?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and it was her loneliness.
My love is killing me.
You got it,
Oh,
Patty.
yeah, you're right.
You see?
Okay.
That's
I had to think about that.
There
one.
you go. That's
Okay.
all it was. Yeah. So I go around the office and just do all kinds of weird stuff. And then, you know, when Marcus is coming, I'm like, I just came to check my email. Checking the Xerox
He's
machine.
cool,
Yeah,
though,
you know what
right?
I mean? It's like, Dice, you again. I'm like, no, I'm totally working.
You again.
It's like,
yeah.
I'm working, Marcus.
Things I never want the boss to say to me. You again.
You again. I'm working.
I'm
Marcus.
actually here from 6 to 10 every day, so I am here
I'm
again.
working. I'm totally working.
I'm not mad at that. Well, you know, office antics.
Yes.
I will say is not necessarily a waste of work time as much as it is a morale booster.
Look,
Yeah.
See, that's what it was. I like
That's
how
what
you-
it is. That's
I
what
like
it is.
that. I like that.
You know, you ever like half fall
I like
asleep
that.
at your desk
You
and
know?
you're just looking at the same numbers.
Right.
The screen hasn't changed because you haven't moved the mouse.
There you go.
And then Dice walks in.
There you go.
You know, finish this
It's a great
sentence.
time.
Killing me softly with.
Yes. Killing me. Huh? What is that? Gosh,
see
Patty.
how that
Killing
goes?
me softly. His song. Yes. All right, Fugees. Lauryn Hill.
Gladys Knight and the Pips. But
Yeah,
Fugees
okay.
have done that song.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There you
See,
go.
You see, I got all the
Lauryn Hill.
Monoko out there going, you see what I just did? You see what just happened there?
Lauryn Hill? No.
The cover band was the OG. And I was asking about Nas yesterday, and you guys were all over me. I'm like, Little Nas X? The guy on the horse? You're like, no, Nas the OG. Like I was.
If I ruled the world, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I just saying that I was totally intimidated yesterday by you and Kyle just ganging up on me because I asked another question, but I did not make you feel intimidated
not at
when
all.
I said it was Gladys Knight.
No.
Was it Gladys Knight?
Was it Gladys Knight? Does she have a statue? Because Tina Turner's got a statue. Does Gladys Knight got a statue?
Maybe in her restaurant.
Oh, she's got a restaurant?
I don't know. I just said it out loud.
Oh, okay.
I
All right.
Who
She
has
has
a
a-
restaurant?
she
Is
has
it
a
Gladys Knight or
she
was
might.
it? No, Patti LaBelle has a pie.
Patti LaBelle has a pie?
Yeah, she has a pie. It's sold at. It tastes horrible.
Are you? It's horrible. Patty, you know what?
Roberta Flack? Who sang that? It's like killing me softly. Is it Gladys Knight?
Roberta
Sorry.
Flack.
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't believe I don't remember that. I'm embarrassed
It's
right
Lauryn
now.
Hill.
No, it's not.
It's Lauryn Hill and the
Kim-
Fugees.
She did the she did the cover for that.
Okay. But you're doing the original?
Roberta Flack.
Roberta Flack. Roberta Flack. Okay. We got a warm one on line
Let's
one.
go.
All right. We're taking a risk here because I didn't filter this.
This is tyranny at
I
its
know,
best.
I
Good
know.
morning. This is Patty.
Hey.
Hey.
Good morning.
Happy
Patty.
birthday
I got one.
to
Happy
ya.
Thank you.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay, we're done. Because that's a long song and I'm out
Okay,
of
I got
go.
one. I got one for you. Show me the meaning.
Show me the meaning.
Of love.
Show me the meaning.
What am I supposed to do? Find
Show me the meaning.
of life.
Come on, Dice. Come on, Dice.
Show me the meaning of being lonely.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, Backstreet Boys.
We tag team on that
There we
one.
go.
Tag team on that one. Got to give it to me.
Right
Gotta give it
on.
to me.
There we go.
Right on.
Got it.
All right. How about this one?
Okay, go.
I love that.
How about this one?
It's
Ready?
fun. Yeah.
It's your.
It's your.
It's your.
Uh-huh.
It's your.
It's your.
It's your.
Man, that's a.
It's an age thing.
I can't do that song in one note.
Yeah,
I
you
can't.
It's your.
Yeah, you can.
It's your.
It's your birthday.
Oh, it is your birthday, but
It
no.
is your birthday.
No, yeah.
Yes,
no.
it is. It's your birthday.
It's your.
It's your.
How about? Oh, okay.
It's yours. It's yours.
It's your.
Yeah, I got.
Bruno Mars.
Oh gosh, no.
No.
I have
No.
the old folks. The old folks
It's
that
your.
are.
It's your.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're thinking your generation. It's your.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit this one out. I'm gonna.
Oh man,
I'll be okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bench this one. It's your we're gonna have to spin the wheel for another clue.
Can we buy a vowel? Like, help
Yeah.
me.
Get Vanna out there. She needs to start turning some letters.
Okay, you right? Are you nothing?
Tony.
There you go.
Oh yes, tomorrow is going to come. I can't wait. It's our anniversary.
All
There
right,
we
geez.
go. Okay. Oh man.
That was
Man, you
exhausting.
really went like that was a hard one.
It's your.
That's
Patty,
you know
was
that.
tough.
Hey, I'm
hard.
telling you, it is cool.
What?
It's cool being 66 and trying to intimidate people who know better than you.
God.
You'll get there one day.
Okay.
That was
Right.
hard.
I got one. I got one.
Okay.
Goodbye, Michelle. You hate this song, Patty. I know you hate this song. You know which one I'm talking about? He's more like talking rather than singing. It's like a 70s song.
Goodbye, Michelle.
Goodbye, Michelle.
What do you mean? It's more like it's more like a talking song.
It's more like he's talking rather than singing.
Oh,
Like
one of those. Oh, you know I hate that
Yeah.
kind of music.
You totally. Every time I think it was whoever your last producer was. I think they played it once.
Oh, that
and
was
never
Jeremy.
again.
Jeremy played that.
Jeremy played it once, and you were like,
Don't ever play that song.
Play that song
Yeah,
again.
I know. Okay, wait a minute.
So
no,
the song goes in three parts.
Okay.
Goodbye, Michelle is the last part of the song.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to just give it to you?
Yeah, give it to me.
Goodbye, Michelle. It's hard to die.
Oh, God, I hate that song.
About to play it.
Yeah.
Gonna play it. Favorite song coming up. Activated.
How does the rest of it
When
go?
all the birds are singing in the sky. And we had joy, we had fun,
we had seasons in the sun. I hate that song.
Terry Jacks.
I know you.
Terry Jacks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Terry Jacks. 1970-something.
God, look at you. You know, we're doing this because it's your birthday.
Wow.
Oh, man, I love it. Anyways, you ladies have a wonderful day.
What are you doing for your birthday?
and-
What party can we crash?
You want to crash? Well, no, I don't want to say it on air. I'll text you.
Yeah,
Jesus, I'll have everybody in the Manunku fill up that restaurant. Are you kidding me?
I know. Is it the place we always go? Is that where you're going?
It's the place I always go at 11.
Is that the place
It's
that
the one where they couldn't? It's the one where your credit card declined.
That's exactly. That's the one we always go to. Both of our. Excuse me, ma'am. Both of our credit cards were declined. Don't just say that I had bad credit. We both were fighting over the bill, and my credit card declined. My credit card declined. I'm like, yo, that's weird. And then she ran hers because she's like, see, I told you. Yeah, that. She runs her card and hers is declined.
Oh, great.
It was funny. It was actually a moment. We were both standing there.
I had to drive across the street to go get cash.
To go get cash. Yeah. That was a good one. All right.
They weren't going to let us. They weren't going to let us walk out. Anyways, 11 o'clock. Be there, be square.
Okay, babe. Thanks a lot. We'll see. Thanks.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
That's her favorite. That's actually her
happy
favorite
birthday,
restaurant. I like that. You know, I like birthdays. September 30th. Wow, you're born on the end of the fiscal year. People have to budget for your birthday. It's like the end of the fiscal year. It's like, is there anything left? Is there anything left for Dee's birthday? Because, we've tomorrow is a whole new cycle. Is there anything left in the pot? You got to think about that last day. There's a couple of other people who were born on September 30th. I don't know what the timing was for parents on that one, but if it is your birthday, I hope you have. There's a bunch of others that you share the birthday with. Dee. Oh, yeah, Dorothy Gale. Today's your birthday. I'd forgotten about that. Yes, indeed. Of course it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you, Dorothy. And I'm also going to say happy birthday to Diane Thurber. It's your birthday, too. Sometimes they're one and the same.
Who's Diane Thurber?
Diane Thurber.
Happy birthday, Diane.
Yeah, Diane. Yeah, Diane and Jefferson. You almost can't say one without the other. And then
It's a pair?
It's a pair. Diane and Jefferson. She's the Diane of Diane and Jefferson. But happy birthday to you, my friend. Yeah. Jefferson Cronin?
No.
Nothing? No one there? No one there? Jefferson Cronin was the guy. I missed the anniversary this year because I was on vacation, but I know that there was conversation about what happened when the plane crash of KAL happened.
Got you.
And I wasn't at work this year where I would be able to make some kind of tribute to what happened on that day. I don't know if you know what happened on that day, but it was. I'm gonna play you something that I was sending to somebody the other day. But this is actually
negotiating.
Sorry about that. The wrong guy. Okay, here we go.
Folks, you got any Korea come back to you? 801. Korean 801 Guam. No. Checked in with me. I cleared him the land. I don't know where he's at. Never did have him in sight. You never saw him? Negative. He didn't land? Negative. Oh my God. I don't have him. He called me once. I cleared him to land, told him not in sight. I don't have him.
That's the Guam approach. That's the Guam Tower. That Guam, the Guam Tower up here at Tidzin.
Okay.
These are two air traffic controllers and their conversation after Korean Air Flight 801 crashed into Emmett Hill.
Gosh, Patty, thanks for the goosebumps.
Yeah.
Warn us first.
Yeah. Sorry. That it just sort of disappeared off the radar. They couldn't see him. And so Jefferson
they have
Cronin
that on Netflix.
Huh?
The movie's on Netflix.
Yeah. Is it?
Yes, it is. And they show the former governor, Carl Gutierrez, and he was one of the first on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'll tell you,
Patty.
Well, actually, there was a lot of people who were there, but it was Jefferson and I were the first to get there.
Oh.
We could only,
You
we
and
were
Jefferson.
me and Jefferson. Jefferson was doing On the Go at the time, and we were up on the Nimitz Hill going up the roadway because I'd heard that there was a crash. In fact,
What are you doing up there? God, now we gotta be nosy.
because my husband
Okay.
worked for Continental.
Yeah,
at
for
the time.
sure.
Was it Continental still?
Right on.
He worked, and he said to me, yeah, I think it was still Continental. He said to me, he came home at like 1:00 in the morning or 1:30 in the morning, early in the morning after his shift, and he knelt over the bed and he said to me, there was a plane crash.
Oh.
They can't. There's a Korean Air flight that was supposed to come in tonight, and it crashed at Nimitz Hill. So I pick up the phone, and back then I just called dispatch, right, to see if I, what it. And I said to them, I said, "Hi, this is Patti." Or, "Hey, good morning, Patti." I said, "Was there a crash of an airplane in Nimitz Hill?" And he goes, "It just happened. Go get it, girl." Swear to God, that's what the dispatcher said to me. I called Jefferson. I said, we'll meet. We got in the car. He brought down the On the Go car, met at the station, and just drove up. Nobody was there. Zero. We could see from coming up the hill, we could see the smoke. We could see the flames. We could see the tail of the KL crash. And immediately, I got a phone call from my two former colleagues in Honolulu, Perry and Price, asking me if I heard about it. And I happened to be on the scene at that moment that they called. So I gave them a whole view of what I was looking at.
Okay.
And that came, once they heard it there were a lot of other media organizations calling from all over the world. All of the reporters that were up, they were getting phone calls from all these affiliates asking, or these networks, right? So you spent a lot of your time being on live radio on Guam, plus being live wherever in the world that they were calling. Jefferson and I wanted to get as close to the top, to the airplane as we possibly could.
Okay.
So at the time, I was wearing a flak jacket, right? I had and I had a cell phone, and I had a tube of lipstick, and I had $10.
Okay.
And we hiked into the boonies.
Right.
And my phone dropped into the stream and went away. And then I think we grabbed it. Somebody had to come up and bring me another cell phone because I lost it.
Okay.
Our car got stuck in 8-foot swordgrass on the Go vehicle. So we couldn't get it out of it. The rest of it, we had to hike. At that time, I got a phone call from this girl named Shoshana something from CBS News.
Okay.
She said, Dan Rather wants a hit at this time for the live CBS News on television. Can you accommodate us? And we were an affiliate. Dan Rather.
Get out of here.
So I told Jefferson.
Okay.
I said, we got to get to this place. We were already, I think, Jefferson, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we had run up against a guy who owned this land off the side of this crash site, right? And we asked him to help hike us into a part. I think I gave him the $10.
Right.
So then we get up to the top of this hill because I had to get into a place where they were selling. Back then, we're talking 2017, right? 2017. Cell phones were like flip phones, right? They just had very little juice in them. So I had to hit this one spot in order for them to I could take the call from Dan Rather.
Looking for a clear signal.
I'm sitting, signal. So I'm sitting on top of this hill, overlooking the crash site. Jefferson standing near me. He just guided me all because he boonie stomped a lot with Mike Powell.
Okay.
So he knew where he was going. I just followed him,
Right.
and he was just keeping me out of danger. But so we get up to the top of this hill, and CBS News call. They say you have 45 seconds. Your report is 45 seconds. And you got to stick to it. You know how that is.
Yes.
You got 45
Tight,
seconds.
got it, in, out, boom,
in
boom.
and out. You got to have
Yeah.
your tagline ready. You got to know what you're going to say.
Yes.
I had a pen with me and wrote on my jeans.
Shut the
I
front
wrote
door.
on
This
my
is
jeans.
wild.
Yeah. So I wrote on
Okay.
the point because I couldn't write whole sentences.
Yeah, right
so I
on.
wrote on my jeans the points that I wanted to hit in that 45 seconds. So I'm on hold with CBS News. They tell me I got 15 seconds. 15 seconds is enough to throw up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, good God.
No pressure.
But the
It's just
adrenaline,
Dan Rather.
you know what you mean? I mean,
Yeah.
the adrenaline was running. It was
Right.
running. I was peaking so high.
Of course.
The only thing I could do to settle myself is I took out my lipstick and I was putting my lipstick on, and Cronin looks at me and goes, "What are you doing?
Wow.
You're not on TV." I'm like, if I can't put lipstick on for Dan Rather, I don't know. And I'm covered in mud with a script on my jeans. I lost my cell phone. We're stuck up here, and I got this tube of lipstick. Let's just go. He was so cool.
What an experience.
No, Jefferson was so cool. I could not have thought of any better person to be, leading the way to where we had to go, and then putting on the lipstick in the end was just the.
See, now I got to go watch the movie again and see who played your role. See,
I gotta go. Wait, now there was a couple of people.
Okay.
There were a couple of people. Now don't laugh.
I'm ready. I'm about to laugh.
Ready?
I'm ready to laugh.
So I have uncanny resemblance.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Get ready, Guam. We're about to laugh together. Morgan, 1, 2, 3. Let's laugh.
Meryl Streep. Okay, that was just one of them. What? What?
We did not.
It's not even funny.
Not even.
Helen Mirren. Come
Okay.
on, Helen Mirren.
Mm-hmm. If you say so.
Yeah.
If you
Those were the only two that they passed through me for, these are two that really want to do, your role. I'm like, send me the check.
Oh, man.
That's what happened then.
Hey, but you know what? You got to hang out with Dan Rather. Who gets that kind of moment
Well,
anyways, man? I mean, you know what I mean? I've got to put that in the books.
The funny thing is that, nobody would have known. Nobody heard it on Guam.
Right, okay.
It was, I don't even know what the transmission looked like. For all I know, I could have been talking to absolutely nobody, if not for having received a letter from the president of CBS News.
Wow.
He hand wrote a nice little note, which I have it in my little, I have it in my little memories box. But he wrote a handwritten note, just saying, whatever, complimenting, which I thought, I was like, God, that's so great. But that was about, that was.
Look at Patti.
No, don't look at me. Look at Meryl Streep. No. Just when. What? Just look at me.
You stop. You stop.
Look at Meryl
You need to
Streep.
quit. No.
Meryl Streep. She's gonna play my spot.
Take my claps back. Take my claps back.
But that was, that crash site. The other thing about it is, every Gov Guam director. I saw Carlotta Leon Guerrero filing through there. She was a senator.
Y'all trekking through the mud up there.
They were all up in
Everyone
backs of
trekking
trucks.
through the
They were
mud?
all leading them in. Carl Gutierrez was. He was there. He was actually aiding victims. He was helping to pull bodies from the wreckage, right? But when we were down there looking at it, I saw a bunch of people, right? A bunch of reporters that were out there, but I saw this one. It was like a truckload. Carlotta was in the back of this truck. I'm like, where are y'all going? What? No, that back then, and I also remember that the admiral, was not happy because it was along the pipeline. You know what I mean? The fuel pipeline for naval station for Navy.
Disaster.
Yeah, and they didn't want too many people down there, milling about, and the whole government of Guam was like, "Hey, there's a crash," and we all jumped in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, look at y'all. Okay, emergency responders, you. Okay, get it. Nicely.
I appreciate that. Listen, we might as well get to that news, right? Let's do that. We get the CBS News on deck. We're Mornings with Patti, KGUM FM, and Daddy Do Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but not yet Hamas, has agreed to a 20-point plan to end the war in Gaza.
If accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours.
The two men met at the White House, then spoke to reporters, but didn't take any questions. The president says Israel would have the, quote, full backing of the United States to take steps to defeat Hamas if it doesn't accept the proposed peace deal. A Hamas official told Al Jazeera today the group hasn't seen the plan, which includes the creation of a peace board that would temporarily govern the enclave. Trump says he will chair that board, which Netanyahu emphasized would not include representatives of Hamas or the Palestinian Authority. CBS News White House correspondent Weisha Zhang says the plan reveals the president appears to have had a change of heart when it comes to Israel's possibly annexing disputed territory.
It should be pointed out that just last week, President Trump said he would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Very tough words. And in the proposal that was released today, it only states stipulates that Israel would not annex Gaza, with no mention of the West Bank.
Absent an agreement on a short-term funding bill, large parts of the federal government will begin closing early Wednesday morning. President Trump is meeting this afternoon with top congressional leaders at the White House, but he has said a shutdown is, quote, likely. CBS News chief Washington analyst Robert Costa says the president doesn't seem worried.
When I spoke with President Trump yesterday, it's evident that he's not really that nervous about a government shutdown. Now, usually when you talk to a president of the United States and a shutdown's on the horizon, they are worried. But the president believes he has the power, I'm told, to use executive power to get rid of federal jobs, to cut some federal salaries should there be a shutdown. So there's not a lot of anxiety at the White House.
Elected officials in both Memphis and Shelby County, which includes the city, have sued to try to stop President Trump from deploying National Guardsmen. Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris says the planned deployment violates the state's constitution.
The Constitution requires an action by the state assembly before the National Guard can be deployed. It requires a rebellion. And so none of those things have taken place. And so we're trying to figure out how legally any of it is happening.
Top story of the hour, President Trump says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has agreed to a 20-point plan to end the war in Gaza. At the closing bell on Wall Street, the Dow was up slightly. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
The era of solo electric vehicle drivers cruising in California's carpool lanes is coming to a close with the expiration this week of the state's long-running Clean Air Vehicle Decal program.
The popular perk, which has allowed hundreds of thousands of EV and zero-emission vehicle owners to use the carpool lanes, is ending October 1st. This after Congress failed to extend the necessary federal authorization.
It's an unspoken benefit of EVs. I know a lot of people lean towards an EV because they have that benefit, especially in California.
Casual carpooler Chrissy Phillips.
So I'm curious to see what it does in the traffic.
Some predict traffic chaos as EV drivers drift back into regular freeway lanes. The CHP is giving EV drivers a 60-day grace period before writing tickets. Matt Bigler for CBS News, Oakland.
OpenAI has announced new parental controls for ChatGPT to make the platform safer for teens, including automatic safeguards for teen accounts. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
35 years ago, an NSF investment helped chart the course for GIS. That is Geographic Information Systems, defining a field of study that crosses disciplinary boundaries, from spatial data handling to the basis for urban planners and engineers determining the best places for new developments and infrastructures. We'll explore in the U.S. National Science Foundation's Discovery Files.
We started really with the idea of abstracting geographic information and layers, putting it into the computer, and with each advance of technique, applications changed and the science of understanding geography changed.
Jack Dangermond is the co-founder of the Environmental Systems Research Institute, who has long used GIS software for land use and planning projects. In 1988, the National Center for Geographic Information and Analysis was established as an NSF-funded consortium of universities that formed the foundations of the field GIS has developed into today. Geospatial technology is in your smartphone apps whenever you look for information about weather conditions or roads, landmarks, and businesses on maps, and plays a key role for infrastructure planning.
The National Science Foundation's insight to invest in this center has had enormous leverage. Thousands of local governments are doing systems of record keeping and analytics for science, to this idea that it's becoming a kind of infrastructure for our nation. This is enormously successful.
Learn more about this technology in NSF's Discovery Files podcast episode, Geographic Information Systems with Jack Dangermond.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Keep up with the new vinyl. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Vinyl records aren't just back. They never left. Today, there's more albums spinning out than you've seen in years. And that means fresh releases, new drops from your favorite bands, and plenty of titles you don't want to miss. And now there's an app that makes it easy. It's called Vinyl Releases. This app keeps you at the front of the stack for the latest LPs and EPs. You'll get instant updates every time new albums hit and fresh tracks land on turntables. You pick your bands, you pick your genres, you can even specify limited pressings. Vinyl Releases then delivers the music news you want exactly when you want it. Grow your collection, feel the vibe of the live grooves, and score those limited editions before they're gone. Only at vinylreleases.app. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at route99fm.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Here's some recent career advice from Conan O'Brien. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. O'Brien became famous suddenly 30-some years ago when he was chosen to follow David Letterman as the host of his late-night show on NBC. He was asked about it recently on his Sirius XM podcast when someone in the audience asked him about that. O'Brien was a writer on The Simpsons. Was he really ready to be a performer following Letterman? O'Brien confessed he wasn't ready. He said, when your moment comes, you may not be ready, but you have to take it and then figure it out on the way. Of course, he has had a long and very successful career as a performer, and in 2022, he sold his digital media company, Team Coco, to Sirius XM for $150 million. But he says he still wakes up some mornings, and he still can't believe it. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Hafa Adai Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Why not get the most out of your retirement? I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Even if a few years away, it's worth thinking about when and how to tap your Social Security benefits. And there are some decisions to make. Social Security provides a secure fixed income for retirees and others, helping many to afford their golden years. It only makes sense to max out the monthly payment, since one gets this reliable payment until the end of life. First is to work longer, or as long as you can. The more years one works, the more Social Security pays, up to your 35 best years of income. Even if you've worked for 3.5 decades, tacking on additional higher-earning years can boost the average and the pay. Strive to earn more. The more you pay into the system, the more you will earn, up to a limit of $147,000 this year. And delay your benefit. Waiting longer to claim it, up to the age of 70, helps to maximize payments. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Hafa Adai Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the Talk of Guam.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow or working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Here's Energy in 15. Quick power facts from GPA.
At myenergyguam.com, you can track your daily energy use, check your patterns, see when your household uses the most power, and make simple changes that can lower your bill, all from the comfort of home.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Try GPA's free online energy expert tool. In just minutes, you'll get a virtual home energy audit with customized tips to save money on your electricity bill. Visit GuamPowerAuthority.com.
Energy in 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
It's time to level up your journey with Mobil's new and improved Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. Engineered to keep your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage and smoother performance on every journey. From daily commutes to weekend adventures, Mobil's new Synergy Supreme Plus protects your engine and keeps it 3 times cleaner. Fuel smarter, drive further only with Mobil's new Synergy Supreme Plus. Visit wam.mobile.com for more details.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the 5th dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Begin. We are Guam. Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
No. How's your download going?
It's great, Patty.
What is it? Are you in?
It's got everything on it. Patty.
Play me something.
First of all,
iOS 25.
Dude, and the apps are so, look, it's a glass screen now. Look how beautiful that is. All of it's glass and all of my apps are all updated. Look at that. Look at my Red Note. Look how bright that is. Then when I go to Red Note, because it's my favorite app, Red Note.
Not TikTok?
No. I go to Red Note. Look how smooth this is, Patty. Oh, my God. Everyone get the iOS 26.
It's going to take forever for me to navigate.
It is awesome. Are you on Red Note?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I remember I criticized you, and I criticized you.
They're so funny. They're like, the Americans are coming. The Americans are coming.
Well, I made the mistake of trying to change the face of my apps.
Okay.
And I downloaded this one where they show you these different faces of, the different icons, how they change it.
Okay.
And I downloaded too many of them. Gosh. Too many designs. So I have like triplicate of the app on my phone.
Don't.
But if I try to delete the bookmark or something, it'll tell me, am I going to lose everything?
No. You want to just change your icons? That's it?
But I did it 3 times.
Patty,
so you have like 3 of the same icons. 3 icons. I know. Okay, but it says delete bookmark. So if I delete it, is that going to delete everything that's in the file?
No, it's not.
Just this one.
Just a bookmark, yeah.
Just the icon. Just the one that
that's
looks,
it.
because there's 2 others just like it.
Yeah.
See, deleting this bookmark will also delete its data.
The bookmark. Yeah, just get rid of it. It's going to be in your app library still, and as soon as you hit it, everything's going to come back up. Right?
I just got rid of a whole file.
Oh, God. Okay.
I don't trust you.
Patty's stressing me out.
I'm
right?
stressing me
You're
out.
stressing me out.
I'm
So
totally stressing myself out.
you hold your
I ain't doing
screen,
it.
and then you hit edit in the upper left-hand corner, and then you can customize all of your apps without having to download anything.
I did that too. Okay, never mind.
right.
You know what? It's too much for me. I can't think of this.
All right. Okay. You know,
So
we're
go
going to
into-
do a one-on-one instructional period.
I'm gonna call you.
Yes, and we're going to.
I'm gonna call you, and you tell me, is the girl gonna come on?
I got you. We're going to toddler walk it. No, because they're in my contacts. You can't.
Oh,
be
I
in my-
can't be in your contacts.
You're in my contact. It's for those that are not in your contacts. Right? You're in my contact.
Who can we get some? Can you get somebody?
Anyone that's not in my contacts.
Dang it.
So basically, it's call screening, right? It'll automatically answer any unknown calls, right? Without interrupting you, okay?
Right.
And then say, once the caller shares, right, their name and the reason they're calling, your phone will ring and you can decide if you want to pick it up.
I can do that now.
Yeah, no. But it's kind of cool because I'll leave a little message. It'll be like, Dice is calling for, and then you're like, I don't want to take that. You know what they're calling for.
Oh, yeah.
You'll have to say what you're calling for. Be like, nah, I don't want to take that call. It's really cool.
Well, they could also leave a message, right?
But you don't even check your voicemail. I bet you got like 90 messages in your voicemail. You probably don't even know it's your code to answer and double check.
You're probably right
Look
about
at
that.
See,
You're probably right about that. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't even know how to find the messages. I don't even know. You're right. I got wow.
I bet you that box is full. All of our messages are just sitting in there from 2023.
No, this one is 22, 21, 24.
Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. Your whole voicemail box is
I'm
probably
not even
full
looking.
right
I don't recognize any of those numbers, so that's probably why they went into voicemail.
It's got really cool
I didn't even
features.
know I could do that.
Yep, you can take polls. Do you do iMessage or do you do WhatsApp?
WhatsApp.
You don't do iMessage? You don't text people? Like just simple text. You use WhatsApp. If there's no WhatsApp, Patty, then what are you going to do on your phone? You have to go back to iMessage. And on iMessage now, they also have new features on the iMessage. You can do like polls and ask everybody what they're going to eat, and then pictures will show up and new emojis, and it's really neat. You know what? We're going to do a one-on-one. I have to sit down and
I need a little
I'm
more.
going to do a toddler
tutorial.
tutorial with, yeah, exactly.
Toddler tutorial.
I'm going to walk it through. We're going to baby walk it. Yeah, just so that you don't miss anything. I want to make sure that you enjoy the entire experience. That's why. I don't want you to just get half of it. You got to get the whole experience down. Okay, I'm going to walk you through this.
Okay.
After the show. Not right now, but we're going to do that together. Okay?
Well, I don't have patience for it.
I know you don't. I know you don't. You travel a lot, right? They have translation apps too.
See.
Right? See?
Yeah.
Have that too. There's all kinds of really neat stuff.
Okay, well, as long as you didn't lose anything, right? When you downloaded it, when you changed it, you updated.
It's all good. Nothing was deleted.
Okay, as long as that is going to happen. All right.
Nothing
Okay. So, golly, they're running fast and furious on that. Okay, so Nicole Kidman and Keith Urban are getting a divorce. Surprised or not surprised?
Nicole Kidman,
I
Tom
love
Cruise's
him.
ex-wife.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And Keith Urban, the singer.
Keith Urban, country singer. Got
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were married.
Then you're not sad that they're not together anymore.
I'm not gonna.
Then this is not. This is like zero news to you.
I went to Selena Gomez's wedding, but I missed that one. So yeah.
How was that anyway?
It was great. You know, dressed to the nines.
Mm-hmm.
What? We all had our private limousines and everything.
Mhm.
It was a great time. Justin wasn't on the guest list. He looked at me and I'm like, Guam is on the guest list. So
How
don't be
about
mad.
you? Yeah,
You know?
it was anybody but Jay. That's who they wanted. Anybody but Jay, because if coming with him has to be her, and that was not happening at all. But her bridesmaids were Taylor.
What?
Yeah, and Ariana Grande.
No.
And another girl who I didn't recognize. I didn't go to the bridal shower. It was just, it was just you and your postings from the wedding.
Me and Benny Blanco. It was a great. It was a
You
great
guys are
wedding.
great.
Yeah,
You
it
guys
was
are tight.
Me and Benny.
Tight.
Go back. He's an Islander. Come
Yeah.
on.
Benny. His real name is Vicente.
It's the hair for me. You know, my Benny.
Vicente Blanco. That's his name. It's not Ben.
It's Vicente.
Vicente Blanco.
Vicente Blanco. So yeah, it was a great wedding, and you know, I
Mhm.
made it back just in time for the show. So hey, it's really
Well, the private jet was helpful. Don't underestimate your ability to. You didn't
see it?
I got up for it, but I
Okay.
missed it. I fell back asleep.
Okay. Yeah. See, I have the recording on the control tower.
Oh, look at you. Do you see her yet? Yes, I see her yet. I do see her. She's coming. She's incoming. She's just like, yeah, she's almost touching down. 50, 40, 30, 20. Yeah. Well, yeah. So going over to, I think it was in the Hollywood Hills, right?
Hijacking of Flight 601. That's also another good movie. You should watch it.
Oh, it was. I don't know if it was a hijacking, right?
No, that's also another movie you should watch.
Yeah. That's.
But what was the movie? The Korean Air. Where's Trina San Augustine when we need her?
Yeah.
She's really good.
Nothing beats a JetBlue holiday, and right now you can save £50 per person.
Stop. I see that all the
I love that one. I love that one. Okay, so that happened. Let's see. I'm just getting. This is breaking news, people. Just there's so many things. Let's see. Nicole Kidman, Keith Urban breaking up. Military leaders have raised concern over Hegseth's new Pentagon strategy, exposing divide among officials ahead of this defense summit. That's worth reading. And I think that's the WAPO. That must be coming from Washington Post, which the critiques from... I got to sneeze.
Okay, I'm good. No, I ain't turning it back on. No, man, I ain't
I
turning
got-
it back on. I ain't turning it back on.
The critiques from multiple top officers, including Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane, come as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reorders U.S. military priorities. They've raised serious concerns with the Trump administration's forthcoming defense strategy, exposing a divide between the Pentagon's political and uniformed leadership as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth summons top brass to a highly unusual summit in Virginia. That's happening tomorrow. The critiques from multiple top officers, including Kane, come as Hegseth reorders U.S. military priorities, centering the Pentagon on perceived threats to the homeland, narrowing U.S. competition with China, and downplaying America's role in Europe and Africa. Trump will attend this abrupt gathering of generals and admirals at the Marine base Quantico, where Hegseth is expected to deliver remarks on military standards and the warrior ethos, even as uniformed leaders fear mass firings or a drastic reorganization of the combatant command structure and the military hierarchy. The debate over the national defense strategy, the Pentagon's primary guide for how it prioritizes resources and positions U.S. forces around the world, is the latest challenge for top military officials navigating the Trump administration's unorthodox approach to the armed forces. People familiar with the editing process who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity described a growing sense of frustration with a plan they considered myopic and potentially irrelevant, given the president's highly personal and sometimes contradictory approach to foreign policy. Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell declined to comment on the substance of the classified document or whether concerns had been raised in the editing process. Secretary Hegseth has tasked the development of a national defense strategy that is laser-focused on advancing President Trump's common sense America first, peace through strength agenda. This process is still ongoing. I'm still trying to get what all of this means. They're criticizing longstanding American commitments to Europe and the Middle East, and they've drafted that strategy. It's in its final edit. And they're questioning the priorities, and some of them, of whom question what is the its priorities would mean for a force designed to respond to crisis around the globe. This is a lot. I'm not even sure why he's there at all. So now there's just a whole lot of speculation on what may or may not happen because they've got some document that they're taking a look at. That may have implications for how we do what we do. And I'm assuming that our own admiral and others are headed that way to Quantico and Virginia. So let's see. Wow, okay. In a world full of Taylor Swift's, Ariana Grande's, and Katy Perry's, let our daughter's role model be Erica Kirk. All right, so that's a fight right there. I'm just looking at all the arguments that are taking place here, and that is one of them. Okay, well, that's what's happening around. If you were missing it, some of the gossip that's out there at Nicole Kidman and Keith Urban, if that means anything to you, I'm not a fan. I enjoy Nicole Kidman because I think she's a fantastic actress. I really enjoy her. I'm not a big Keith Urban fan. Couldn't even name you one song. But they're getting separated. She has an incredible, incredible roles in some of the movies that she is starring in. Lioness is one of them. I don't know if you've seen that one. Lioness is it's a story about a special unit run by a female, where they just go into all of these hot spots around the world and just basically try to, Yeah, it's good. She's really good. She's really good. She also plays in a couple of other programs that you would find on either Netflix. I think they're just programs, or Hulu, I think, has got one with her in it. But she is really good. She's really good. Anyway, I'm not, I think, don't we all sort of, when we see these couples get together, unless you look at those long relationships, you kind of expect that, and I hate to say that, that you kind of expect that that's what's going to happen, that their relationships are all going to come to an end. And so you're not surprised after 19 years of marriage, that's the way of Hollywood, or by these maybe Hollywood, the celebrities, that, you expect that it's going to happen. So you just really don't pretend that you were interested in that relationship from the beginning. That's just comes with the territory. We've hit the bottom of the hour again. Look at us. Let's take a break for just some commercial stuff, and we'll be right back.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow a working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Here's Energy in 15. Quick power facts from GPA.
At myenergyguam.com, you can track your daily energy use, check your patterns, see when your household uses the most power, and make simple changes that can lower your bill, all from the comfort of home.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Try GPA's free online energy expert tool. In just minutes, you'll get a virtual home energy audit with customized tips to save money on your electricity bill. Visit GuamPowerAuthority.com.
Energy in 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
It's time to level up your journey with mobile's new and improved Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. Engineered to keep your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage and smoother performance on every journey. From daily commutes to weekend adventures, Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus protects your engine and keeps it 3 times cleaner. Fuel smarter, drive further only with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus. Visit wam.mobile.com for more details.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
At Way 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Way 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Geographic, Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Way 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Way 105.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the Talk of Guam.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the 5th dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Begin. We are Guam. Wave 105 FM.
Okay. I hear ya. Ready to do my thing. Let's see. Wow, there's a ton of reeling in here. I don't know if I can read all of these words that are coming from, from people who are weighing in. I think the story that seems to dominate the public interest, at least those who are watching us or listening to us, and has become the word of the day, which is tyranny. I'm kind of wondering whether or not there's going to be, I doubt there will be, but I'm wondering whether or not there will be clarification from Senator Chris Duenas on his use of the word tyranny and how it folds into the checks and the balances of what he believes is authoritarianism taking place at Adelup. And I'm reading, I haven't seen one person yet think that was the good use of a definition of ad loop. But I do understand that Chris Duenas is looking for a better way of doing things, and with a Republican leadership and with him in charge of the purse, then he is within his scope to make sure that these dollars that are earmarked or being spent are now going to have to be watched very carefully. But I also think that this is a little bit of a payback from the past where there were issues about her authority and her role during the pandemic, and his efforts also then, several between the 36th and the 37th legislature, wanting to limit her powers to call healthcare emergencies and declarations like we were under for the pandemic. And all of the pushback that came from businesses and politicians who were in line or aligned with these big businesses or these small businesses that were pushing the legislature and putting a lot of pressure on the legislature to try to wrestle that power away from her so that they can get us out of the emergency and start opening businesses. And all of these opponents of the governor at the time were very vocal about it. There was no shortage of criticism of her and, like I said, legislation that had been crafted to stop that practice altogether of declaring public health emergencies, and the time periods that she kept re-upping the expired emergency declaration to, that lasted a couple of years. They didn't like that. The businesses were, again, putting pressure. We got to open up. We just got to open up. And she was taking a very cautious approach to it. And I will say that she led the government in the pandemic response. And she did so to the props of even people in the media who at the time openly, I've heard them with my own ears, openly told the governor that they thought that she was doing a good job. Journalists that were stepping outside their traditional roles of, not traditional, because some of them don't even know what that means, but stepping away from their roles to tell the governor that they thought she was doing a good job. And so depending on what side of it you're on, then you were resenting the rules. And again, I can't think of any person that wasn't inconvenienced by it, except for those that had a pretty healthy rainy day fund or who continued to get paid while they were basically taking a COVID vacation at home. Because there were plenty of people that were still getting paid. Government of Guam workers were still getting paid, and some of these places, private industries, they also had them working from remote places. They could do as best they could remotely, which is where the whole concept of leaving the workforce and actually dedicating a space in your house where you can still conduct business if your business was still doing business, at least remotely. And then, of course, we all figured out how much remedial math we didn't know when your kid came to you with fractions and you're like, nope. Ask your dad. We don't do fractions anymore. We stopped doing that a long time ago when we were learning it in school. That was a turnoff then. It's a turnoff now. But there were parents that were eager to get their kids out of their house, but there was also an acceptance that we were in a foreign area. We were in foreign territory. No one knew at all how to handle this kind of emergency. There was no playbook, at least a playbook that there had been during the Obama administration was largely ignored when Trump was trying to navigate through the pandemic waters as well. And so, it almost feels like we're never going to get out of that whole decision making at the time, because I think it really still smarts that things that were happening back then where people were not in control were relying on a governor who had all the control and was calling all the shots. And while she was helping people she was also making enemies. And that's to be expected. When some things don't go your way, it is frustrating. But it's only if you take it to the next level, right? And so the next level is defeating your opponents, whether you have to throw them in jail or oust them from their positions and make them persona non grata. You're dealing with people who are bitter because you were giving they were bitter because the decisions you were making were affected their bottom dollar. And when you're still aching over those decisions, it surely does not help. So I think that, and if maybe I will talk to Chris. I didn't try to get a hold of him today because I was still sort of, figuring it out by reading over and trying to piece it apart or take it apart to see and do a deeper dive. It was a very, I'm thinking metaphorical, right? Hyperbole. It was just rhetoric that he used in its greatest force to be able to make a point. Because so far I haven't heard from anybody that thinks that describing it that way is what is being represented. Because when you're going to label it as authoritarianism, then you have to cite examples. It seems to me that just because a person is making decisions that you don't like doesn't mean that they're tyrants. There has to be a representation of the evidence somehow have some sort of evidence that what she's doing in with the policies that she's creating inside government is actually interfering with people's personal rights, civil rights. It's controlling the courts. It's ignoring the courts, and it's controlling the media. There's no freedom of media when you are in a position to intimidate people because you don't like them. I don't see that happening. I don't see it. I've never seen it. But I'd like, if you're going to use the words and don't use the override of the veto as an example, because I'm going to repeat it. I think that's just the standard checks and balances. Give me something that shows that actions or policies actually infringe on people's freedoms and rights. And I don't see it. I have not seen anything that shows it other than the override of the veto, other than vetoing the budget. And then the legislature doing what the legislature's supposed to do. And that is either to take, bite the veto or try to override it. And they exercise their ability to do that, fetching all of the people who voted for that as Democrats to stay on that side, which was the one for Joe St. Augustine and Tina Mooney Barnes. That's and that just happened in one fell swoop. The part about it, the governor said yesterday, and I was kind of curious about it because everybody's jumping. It's a strategy. Everybody's jumping in their government houses because the fiscal year is over. A new one starts tomorrow morning, and we have a complete standoff is at the federal budget. Trump was supposed to meet with Democrats in Congress today, and that didn't go over very well. So it's likely that when the clock turns 12, that we're going to be in a form of shutdown with the federal government, which is not anything that we want to see over here because we got money from the federal government that we won't be able to use if we're all locked up because of they haven't passed a budget. So I think when the governor wrote her statement about there being an override, she thought it was undermining the whole process by actually doing, and it's a strategy, and I can see where we're going with this, that they didn't call for a session until the last possible day. Well, yesterday wouldn't have been the last possible day, but the right before the budget is expiring. That they planned for the session to take place because she says in this case nobody really had a choice. Lawmakers didn't have a choice. They were lobbied pretty clearly. There was lobbying going on. But Frank Bloss, as soon as the governor vetoed the budget, they were already thinking of the override, and he knew he had the votes. And he knew he had the votes because two of the senators that are Democrats who voted for the budget got some of the goodies that they wanted inside that budget passed. They fought for it, they got it, and so they agreed with the budget. So he knew it was in the bag. I knew it was in the bag because I had talked to senators who were not going to budge on their on changing their minds. That they already got what they wanted out of the budget, and it wouldn't have made any sense to now not override the veto and lose everything that they were banking on the couple of days before the fiscal year ended and having to go back to the drawing board. They weren't feeling that. They weren't feeling doing that, and they didn't vote along party lines. They voted because these were things that were in the budget that they asked to be put in and won the favor of the majority to be able to put them in. So that's exactly what happened. And, is this just simply going to go away? Well, I don't know. Maybe people are still going to smart by using the words. I don't know. Now we've set up that possibility that those words are going to be tossed around, or at least there's going to be people on the Democrat side that are going to rake him over the coals. That will be something to see. But it is, I guess, as they say, what it is. It's coming up on 10 o'clock in the morning. Dave Duenas sent me a link to, I don't know how to, Marcos from Taiwan, senior reporter with Set TV Taiwan, didn't send you this link to his assignment reporting on Guam. Interviewed Robert Underwood, the governor, and me, and his on-air interview on the Wave. Aired yesterday on Taiwan. Okay, I guess I'll send this to Polly. So they interviewed from what station? Somewhere in Taiwan. Maybe it was when he was filling in. Dave Duenas was filling in. Okay, all right. I'll take a look at it. I don't know who to send this to. Maybe he just wants me to see it. I'll send it to Polly just for the heck of it, because it was I think he was filling in for Polly last week, and maybe Polly will find interest in that. I'll take a look at it later. But thanks, Dave. We will definitely do that. Right now, we are going ahead and get out of here and make some room for some lag time. I don't know what programs are going to show. We
have the pet show up next.
Okay.
And then we have Polly Soup at 2 o'clook.
Okay, that part I knew is a pet show. Yeah. Is it if it's the same one as this morning, listen out for the end of the show where he talks about one lady's cat. She's got 3 of them.
Lady's cat, okay.
And one of them is peeing on the carpet.
No.
So they want to know. They don't know which cat is having an aversion to the kitty box, the litter box.
Are they going to snitch on each other?
Yeah. How do you tell a cat to snitch on another cat? So someone's not using the litter box, and they want to know who it is. So this pet guy, he told them to put food coloring either on their tongue or in their food. And whatever color that they are consuming or digested or ingested is the cat that's making all of who's peeing on the carpet.
Go figure.
If it's blue, or whatever color you put on that cat. Yeah. It's just food coloring.
It's food coloring.
I want to try it on you.
Dang, that's just... You want my stool samples?
I want you to report back to me in the morning with your samples. I've never seen blue poo. I want to know.
I can't. Literally tackies.
Tackies, cute. I like that.
You like that?
I like the Fuego one. The Fuego tackies.
It's the tackies, okay. I got you.
True American version. True American version of saying the word that we don't like to say even tomorrow.
Tackies. Yeah, we're going to tackies.
That's a good one. That's a safe word. I like that. I'm going to use that.
That's what we're doing. Okay.
Who did a tacky over here?
Who did a tacky over here?
You're full of tacky.
You're full of tacky. That's how we're doing it.
That's so funny.
Okay, we're moving tyranny to tacky.
Oh, my God. We got to get out of here, man. I'm starting to depreciate as my words are coming out of my mouth. All right, so that's the way it's going to go. Listen to Polly Suba this afternoon. At 2 o'clock. It'll take you until 6. And, of course, walk on over to the other side of the building where Dice is going to be leading the way on Power 98. That's what I'd listen to.
There we go.
10 o'clock, that's her thing, and then she comes back. Or she's done it, too.
Yes, Patty, I'm done.
And then, are you coming back here?
No, I'm done.
Okay, she's not going to pull
Elvis has left the building.
All right, and you deserve it. You deserve the rest. So, That's what we're going to do this morning on Mornings with Patty. I'm Patty.
I'm Dice.
It's 10 o'clock, KGUM-FM and Daddy to Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Dice. Mwah.
Hey guys, Biba Guam.